Good evening. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting for February 15th, 2022. I'm calling the meeting to order and ask our clerk for a roll call, please.
Councilmember Ashcraft is absent. Councilmember Chen.
Present.
Councilmember Griffith.
Here.
Councilmember Kalani.
Present.
Councilmember Matucci.
Here.
Councilmember Walter.
Here.
Mayor Fury.
Present. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and the city attorney on the agenda matters listed under 14A, conference with labor negotiator, 14B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, and 14C, real property, conference with real property negotiator. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code sections 54957.6, 54956.9D1, and 54956.8. We will return at 6:30. February 22nd, 2022. Call the meeting to order. We've been actually in the executive session. Mr. Shaparian, is there anything to report?
Good evening, Your Honor. There is nothing to report.
Thank you. And I said the 22nd, actually it's the 15th. And I think you all who are watching will know that. Well, what an exciting weekend with our Los Angeles Rams winning the Super Bowl 56 championship at SoFi Stadium in our neighboring city of champions, Inglewood. It's pretty remarkable that in NFL history, this was only the second time that a team got to play a Super Bowl in its home stadium. Big congratulations to the Rams, Inglewood, to Los Angeles County for the way it was portrayed over the weekend. I think everybody would agree that the overhead views that the television networks put on Southern California will probably cause an influx of people moving to California shortly. 94 degrees or 84 degrees at game time. You can't beat that when most of our country was freezing and snow covered. We're also celebrating the culmination of a month-long campaign to raise awareness of public service and volunteerism in our city. Since mid-January through February 13th, we aligned the Torrance Serves campaign with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s Day of Service. We wanted to celebrate service leaders of past and present and empower our community to bring volunteers together for projects that honor the spirit of giving. Our goal this year was to have 175,000 hours pledged to be completed anytime during 2022. And despite the ongoing pandemic, we were able to exceed our goal, reaching more than 220,000 hours pledged. Thank you, Torrance. We understand volunteering may be more difficult for some, especially during these extraordinary times. So we encourage you to explore opportunities and connect with local Torrance area nonprofits through Torrance Cares Connections and have fun knowing you're making a big difference in our community. On tonight's agenda, we're also discussing potential changes that would have a significant impact on the character of our city. In addition to the safety and quality of life of Torrance residents, maintaining essential services is vital to the community, and I urge you to join the conversation by learning more about the solutions the city is offering to be able to continue to provide these high-quality services. We've heard from more than 3,000 of our residents, and we still want to hear from you. Take our survey or learn more about maintaining our essential services by visiting torranceca.gov/essential services. There is a short video that really breaks down the information along with recordings of the most recent informational workshops that we've been conducting. I invite you all to visit the page and continue your active participation by joining the conversation. Again, thank you for joining us tonight via Facebook, YouTube, Livestream, or City Cable. Tonight we continue with our hybrid meeting model with City Council and staff meeting in person and the public tuning in remotely. Pursuant to Assembly Bill 361, the City Council and staff may participate in this meeting in person or by teleconference or other electronic means. And in order to protect the public, the City Council and staff, the City Council chamber is closed to the public in the interest of maintaining appropriate social distancing and in order to reduce the risk of spreading COVID-19. The hybrid model of the City Council meetings will allow the community to participate from the safety and comfort of your own homes. According to the Los Angeles County Public Health Department, COVID-19 numbers are improving, and it looks like the county could be headed into the post-surge phase soon, which means more restrictions could be lifted. The best way to minimize COVID-19 risk and keep your family and friends safer is to get vaccinated if you're eligible. Protect those not yet eligible for vaccinations, such as the young children, by getting yourself and other eligible people around them vaccinated. Be sure to wear well-fitting masks over your nose and mouth if you're in a public indoor setting. And remember, outdoors is safer than indoors. Try to avoid crowded, poorly vented spaces. If you are sick or have symptoms, we ask you to please stay home and recover. And finally, testing can give you information about your risk of spreading COVID-19. Consider using a self-test before joining indoor gatherings with others who are not in your household. We continue to run our normal business for our residents and community to keep Torrance moving forward. It is important to us that you have an opportunity to voice your comments during this pandemic. Public emails will continue to have a deadline of 2 p.m. on the day of the council meeting you wish to comment on. Thank you for those of you who have met today's deadline. They have been forwarded to the council as supplemental material and will be entered into the public record. Any emails submitted after the deadline will still be added to the public record, but obviously at a later date. For those of you tuning in via Facebook, YouTube, Livestream, or City Cable, you may participate by calling into the public input hotline. The number is 310-618-2404, and it will be displayed periodically on your screen. We ask you please be patient when you are calling in. Be aware that our call center is very busy taking multiple phone calls all at the same time, so you may get a busy signal when you call in. If that's the case, please try calling back in a moment or two. There will be 2 opportunities for oral communication. You will have up to 1 minute per speaker for items not on the agenda or those on the consent calendar for a period of up to 15 minutes. Remember, you can only participate under oral communications once during this meeting. Also, comments on administrative matters as they are considered allow up to 1 minute per speaker. Comments on public hearings allow up to 2 minutes per speaker. Staff will notify you when your time begins. We ask you to start right away. Time limits will be strictly enforced to ensure equal opportunity. We request that speakers keep their remarks brief and limited to the topic of discussion. At the end of the meeting, we will have another 15 minutes for oral communication number 2, which will allow up to 1 minute per speaker. City Clerk, have emails received before 2 p.m. today been processed as supplemental material and provided to council?
Yes, Your Honor, they have.
Thank you. Then we move on with our agenda. The first item will be a flag salute led by Councilmember Chen, followed by an invocation by Councilmember Griffith. I ask those in attendance to please stand.
Please rise, face the flag, and join with me in the flag salute.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We are thankful for this day that has been given to us, for its blessings, its opportunities, and its challenges. May we appreciate and use each day that comes to us. We pray for strength and guidance to lead us through each day's duties and each day's problems. May we be challenged to give our best always and to seek out the best in others. And let us continue to strive to make a better world for all. Amen.
Thank you both. We'll take a report of the city clerk on the posting of the agenda.
Your Honor, this agenda was posted on Monday, February 7th.
Thank you. I'll take a motion to waive further reading.
Move to waive further readings.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Ashcraft absent.
Thank you. Announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Adam Chaparian, City Manager. There are supplemental materials available online on the city website at torranceca.gov for the following items. Item 7, oral communication. Item 9F, City Manager and Finance adopt resolution to submit for voter consideration local 1/2 cent sales tax ballot measure on the June 7th, 2022 election. And item 10A, Community Development, consider appeal of Planning Commission action upholding Community Development Director's approval of a minor hillside exemption to allow a new surface-grade tennis court via a series of retaining walls in conjunction with the fence height exception to allow an 8-foot tall fence around the perimeter of said tennis court on property located within the Hillside Overlay District in the R1 zone at 23719 Susanna Avenue. This project is categorically exempt from CEQA per guideline section 15303- new construction MAG 21-0043, FEN 21-0002, Obelisk Architects, Igor Nastanskin. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We move on to council committee meetings and announcements. And before we go any further, I'd like my colleagues to join me down at the podium. One. Katie began working for the city of Torrance in 2011 as a part-time senior recreation leader in the Community Services Department. In October 2015, she was hired as a full-time office assistant in the Risk Management Division of the city's Finance Department and was promoted to Administrative Analyst in the Budget Division in November of 2017. Katie earned her Bachelor of Arts in English from Cal State University, Dominguez Hills in 2014. She received a certificate in paralegal studies from Duke University in 2017 and achieved her Master of Arts in Humanities from Cal State University, Dominguez Hills in 2018. Katie joined the city manager's team in 2018 as a management associate. Her continued growth and diversified skill set earned her a promotion to the position of assistant to the city manager in April 2021. She served as the city's chief labor negotiator, assisted with land management issues, headed the Emergency Operations Center, and supervised the management intern and assistant programs. Throughout her career with the city of Torrance, Katie demonstrated an enthusiasm for broadening her knowledge and proved her ability to get things done while maintaining a professional attitude and approachable demeanor. We have no doubt Katie will achieve success serving as the assistant to the city manager for the city of Claremont. Although we will all miss her, we wish Katie the very best in her career development and look forward to hearing of her achievements. Please join me in congratulating Katie Wan as we recognize her service and contributions to the city. And one last time, I'd like to say, thank you, Katie. And here's your plaque. That was a surprise. Thank you, Katie.
Yeah, that's a disposable camera.
Thank you, Katie. Here's your box.
Thank you. I would love to say something, but I'll get emotional.
Understood, I got it.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
All right, we move on. Councilmember Kalani?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. The Employee Relations and Public Safety Committee is meeting tomorrow, February 16th, 2022. Staff will be presenting the Torrance Fire Department Annual Update, which will highlight the accomplishments of the fire department in 2021 and identify goals for 2022. We invite the community to join us for this event. This item will be presented to City Council from the Employee Relations and Public Safety Committee at a subsequent council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffiths?
Thank you, Mayor, and hello, everyone. As you may know, we in the nation are experiencing a critical blood shortage, and we need your help to spread the word. This week, the week of April 14th through the 18th, the City of Torrance is running a blood drive. For anyone who's interested and able to donate, we'd ask that you please call 310-517-4647 to schedule your blood donation appointment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, you have an announcement?
Thank you, Your Honor. The City of Torrance general municipal election is on Tuesday, June 7th, 2022. Voters of Torrance will be electing a mayor, council members for Districts 1, 3, and 5, a city clerk, and a city treasurer. The nomination period opened on February 14th and closes on March 10th unless an eligible incumbent fails to file. If you are interested in running for office, please contact the city clerk's office at 310-618-2870 or cityclerk@torranceca.gov to make an appointment to be issued nomination papers and to review the candidate handbook. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Councilmember Walzer.
Sorry. Oh. Okay, I apologize. I ask that we adjourn tonight's council meeting in memory of former city employee Jeffrey Scott Taylor, who passed away on February 3rd, 2022, at the age of 66. Born on July 31st, 1955, Jeff was raised in Torrance, California since the age of 2. He attended North High School and later El Camino College, where he excelled in playing football. Prior to joining the city, Jeff worked at Marineland, coincidentally with other future city employees. Jeff was hired by the city of Torrance in 1977 and worked for an amazing 40 years, 37 of which were at the Torrance Airport. He not only had a vast knowledge of airport operations, he was also beloved by the Torrance Airport community. Jeff's experience, personality, and work ethic were invaluable as he trained generations of airport workers, sharing his expertise on everything from responding to aircraft emergencies to maintaining the airfield. Jeff dedicated countless volunteer hours assisting the Torrance Airfare Association with previous airfares. He would finish his regular work shift and then stay to volunteer after hours on weekends. He truly loved the airport. When not at the airport, Jeff enjoyed fishing and took on falconry as a hobby. He retired from the city service in 2017. In addition to all of Jeff's professional accomplishments, even more important was his dedication to his wife, Connie, and their daughter, Erica. Jeff and Connie knew each other for 42 years and were married for 34 of those years. He was a very proud father and often shared stories about Erica with his coworkers. Jeff was survived by his loving wife, Connie, daughter Erica, 2 sisters, and 1 brother. A viewing was held on February 9th, and memorial services were private. Jeff was a man with a loving and giving heart and an incredible sense of humor that always kept staff laughing. He will be greatly missed. Our deepest sympathy is with Jeff's family and his many friends and coworkers.
Thank you. Jeff was a great employee, a great friend, a great neighbor, and he will be missed for sure. We move on to community matters, proclamation, item 6A. Councilmember Connie.
It's my honor, Mayor. Whereas February has been designated as Black History Month, a celebration and recognition of 400 years of Black history and heritage and the vast achievements and contributions of African Americans that have shaped United States history, identity, and culture. And whereas Black History Month was initiated in 1926 by Dr. Carter Woodson, a Black scholar and son of former slaves who founded the Association for the Study of African American Life and History in 1915. And whereas the event was first celebrated by African Americans during the second week in February 1926, which coincides with the birthdays of Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln. And whereas formally adopted by President Gerald Ford in 1976, February is recognized as Black History Month by cities across the nation and every U.S. president. And whereas all Americans and the Torrance community are encouraged to reflect on the successes and challenges of African Americans and look to the future to improve society so that we live up to the ideals of freedom, equality, and justice. And whereas Black History Month is a time for all Americans to remember the stories and teachings of those who helped build our nation, took a stance against prejudice to build lives of dignity and opportunity, advance the cause of civil rights, and strengthen families, communities, and our nation. And whereas the Association of the Study of African American Life and History has set the theme for the 2022 as Black Health and Awareness. And whereas the City of Torrance is proud to honor the history and contributions of African Americans throughout our community, our state, and the nation.
Now therefore, I, Patrick J. Fury, as mayor of the city of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim February 2022 as Black History Month in the city of Torrance, and I encourage the community to honor African American history and contributions during Black History Month, as well as throughout the entire year. Signed this 15th day of February 2022. We move on to oral communication number 1, which is limited to a 15-minute period of time. This portion of the meeting is reserved for a comment on items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers under orals are limited to either oral communication number 1 or oral communication number 2 at the end of the meeting, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Anybody at the call center?
Thank you, Mayor. We'll begin to transfer calls. Susan G., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
I am a 74-year-old homeowner at Skyline Mobile Home Park. We were recently purchased by an investment firm and are overseen by Star Management. Within days of ownership, they raised our monthly rent by almost $200. They are unresponsive to any communication with Skyline residents. We need your support to protect us from these predatory actions, which we know will only continue as their past record reflects. This is a nationwide problem, as the Senate had a hearing regarding these investment firms taking over and leaving senior mobile home owners on a fixed income extremely vulnerable to high rent increases they can no longer afford to pay and possibly losing their homes. Please consider adding us to your agenda and support us in obtaining a rent stabilization ordinance. Thank you for your consideration.
That caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Linda R., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
I would like to thank the mayor for his assurance during the February 8th council meeting that the council intends to bring back in the short term the issue of a rent stabilization ordinance for mobile home parks. 2 days later, the United States Senate held hearings in Washington on the negative impact institutional investors are having on the affordable housing market. As Senator Brown from Ohio remarked, they focus on profits over people, hide behind LLCs and real estate trusts, have little to no contact with local communities, and are known for aggressive rent increases and novel fees. This is certainly the situation faced by Skyline residents. We look forward to the City Council's careful review of our situation and the future enactment of a rent stabilization ordinance. Thank you very much for your time.
That caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Linda B., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Linda. I'm a new resident of Skyline Mobile Park, and I'm asking for your support in initiating a rent stabilization ordinance for our senior parks and protecting your elders in Torrance. I moved in and started escrow in September of 2021, 2 days before closing. The new management, Star Management, increased my lot fee by 60%. In reviewing the history of this owner with other parks, we fear substantial rent increases in the future. This would be devastating to most of our 265 households of elders on fixed incomes, elder vets, and elders with disabilities. We respectfully request the Torrance Council help your most vulnerable population by passing an RSO for mobile home parks in Torrance, especially the senior.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Ula, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
I've been a resident of Skyline Senior Mobile Home Park for over 15 years. I love it and plan to spend the rest of my life here.
but the park has been bought by an investment group that has been buying up senior parks up and down the coast. They refer to senior parks as their cash cows. First order of business was to raise the rent of our spaces by $200. If they follow true to form, as we've been seeing in the past activities, they will probably raise it another 19% within a year. I am single, and my Social Security payments can't keep up with these rent hikes and inflation. Unless a rent stabilization is passed, I will have to sell my home and join the middle-class exodus out of state. My children and grandchildren live in Southern California, and I don't want to leave. Soon, all you will have in Southern California is millionaires, people on welfare, and the homeless. Thank you.
Moving on to the next caller. Melanie C., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
As a South Bay resident, I am appalled, scared, and worried about the Torrance Police Department and their lack of taking care of the public in general. And for the 100 people who have been up on charges, it's horrifying. The Torrance City Council and Mayor should be running rampant to get rid of these bad people and not putting together a political football of a civilian oversight committee. Please, go to the people who know the best. Honor the Black History Month you just spoke about. Go to www.blacklivesmatter.com. Please do something about it, and also fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Kincannon for killing.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. J.L., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
It is really dishonorable to continue to put on the charade that you actually guys care about Black folks. It's been over 3 years that Black folks have been calling, demanding that you guys fire the officers and everyone who was involved on killing Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. We have been asking for a civilian oversight so that we can have, that Black folks in Torrance can have safety. So for you guys to continue to put on the charade that you care and say things like we need to reflect, well, reflection actually has actions behind it. So how many more years are you going to sit there and quote unquote reflect and do absolutely nothing? Because that's what you're doing. You want to honor Black folks, but you're not listening to the Black folks that are calling, demanding you to honor us. Makes no sense. You actually sound quite dumb. You sound like you really don't care every single time. So
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Andrea S., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
So I reside in Torrance, above the 6 public tennis courts on Crenshaw and Rolling Hills Way. I've lived here for over 12 years. My family and I have had no issues with any noise from the tennis courts. They're not loud. They're not abusive. They're wonderful to have close by. I feel you should give consent to the building and development of the 1 tennis court, since it will not be a noise issue. Thank you.
That caller disconnected themselves. Moving on to the next caller. Cat B, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
It's really tiresome to keep hearing you plod out all this lip service to Black History Month every single year when you clearly have zero respect for Black people as human beings. It's proven by your action, or rather your lack of actions, around the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. You've been demanded by Black Lives Matter, by Christopher's family, and by their allies for 3 years and counting now to do the simplest gesture toward justice of firing Anthony Chavez, Matthew Concannon, and Brian Kawamoto for murdering Christopher, and to establish a civilian oversight commission to hold your police department accountable. This is the bare minimum, and you won't even do it. And yet you want us to believe that you give a shit about Black people? Christopher DeAndre Mitchell is Black history. Black Lives Matter is Black history. Christopher's mother, Sherilyn, is Black history. And you
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Sheila B., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
So, it's Black History Month, and you all met last week, and yet you just chose to honor Black History Month today, a week after you already met into the month, and halfway through the month, which you don't even get to talk about Black History Month, because you don't get to talk about Black History Month until you honor the legacy that is Black history. Black history in this country has always been standing up against racists like yourself. It has always been standing up against white supremacy. And the fact that you dare to mention it and not do the fucking work is ridiculous, but it's also who in the hell you've always been. Shame on you. I hope Nat Turner, Harriet Tubman, and every radical Black person in history comes and haunts your sorry asses. Because come hell or high water, we will get a civilian oversight commission. Come hell or high water, every single one of those officers engaged in the messaging.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Sarah B., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling in again to remind you about Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and how your police, the ones you use to separate yourselves from your constituents in city council meetings, killed him in 15 seconds. The cops who shot him are still not fired. You will still not recognize or acknowledge the complete injustice behind his murder. Yet you pretend to honor Black History Month. You're hypocrites, and I'd go so far as to say you're the ones who Martin Luther King Jr. was referring to when he said the greatest was the white moderate who is more devoted to order than to justice and who prefers a negative peace to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice. If you want to honor Black History Month, you need to fire Matthew Concannon, Anthony Chavez, and Ryan Kawamoto. You need to create a civilian oversight commission, and just for good measure, I'll start reading a report by the Department of Justice that talks about the benefits of...
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Mary Ann D., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling again to recommend something you can do other than read a Wikipedia page excerpt with added whereases about Black History Month. You can create an independent civilian oversight commission to meaningfully address the indiscriminate murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, messaging scandals, crimes of vandalism, public intimidation, and abuse by Torrance PD, because you have shown yourselves to be unwilling to appropriately deal with these violations. And in particular, you can fire Anthony Chavez, Matthew Concannon, Brian Kawamoto. I'm calling in solidarity with Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's family and all community members who are unnecessarily harassed and worse by Torrance PD. I yield my time.
That caller disconnected themselves. Moving on to the next caller. Harina K., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. First of all, justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. You all are uniquely disqualified to say anything about African Americans. It's 2022. The performative bullshit is done. The optic bullshit is done. We call in every week to demand justice for how the Torrance Police Department killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. So you have the audacity to say anything about Black History Month, to say anything about African Americans, while simultaneously being racist yourselves and white supremacists yourselves. If you want to honor African Americans, first start off by not being fucking racist, okay? Otherwise, don't say shit about African Americans because your actions show that you don't give a shit about Black people. That's why Black Lives Matter is here every motherfucking week, okay? So first start off by not being racist, okay? Don't ever say any shit like that again. Second off, you do...
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Porchop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, everyone. I just would like to promote my YouTube channel, Andy Porchop on YouTube. And since I get only 1 minute here, I'm going to upload more videos about these issues, but I cannot talk about here because the 1 minute limit. Pat Furry looks very cool tonight. I love his tennis shoe and the blue jeans. That's freaking professional, Furry, showing up on a meeting. Good thing you came down and then you showed us your blue jean and the cool tennis shoes. Congratulations. I just loved it. You are very professional as always. Okay, I yield my time.
Mayor, this concludes the 15-minute period for oral communications number 1. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go on to the consent calendar next, but I wanted to give everybody an advisement that we're going to go out of order. After the consent calendar, we're going to do item 9F as in Frank. And following item 9F as in Frank, we're going to do item 10A, which is a hearing. And then we'll go back to our regular calendar. So we're now moving on to item 8, our consent calendar. Do any council members wish to pull any items listed under the consent calendar? I see none. I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety.
I move to approve the consent calendar in its entirety.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Ashcraft absent.
Thank you. We're moving on to item 9F, and I believe that Councilmember Ashcraft will be joining us telephonically after I get...
We are verifying, Your Honor. Thank you.
Councilwoman Ashcraft, can you hear me?
I can't.
Councilwoman Ashcraft, can you hear me? Councilwoman Ashcraft, are you able to hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Councilwoman. Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can now.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, the record will reflect that Councilwoman Ashcraft is joining us at the meeting telephonically. And we're moving on to item 9F as in Frank, from the city manager and finance to adopt a resolution to submit for voter consideration a local 1/2 cent sales tax ballot measure on June 7th, 2022. From staff.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Sheila Poisson, Finance Director. As stated, item 9F is a recommendation of the City Manager and Finance Director that City Council adopt a resolution to submit for voter consideration the Torrance Public Safety / Essential Services Measure Proposal to institute a local 1/2 cent transactions and use sales tax to be spent exclusively for services benefiting Torrance residents. To give some background, since the pandemic, city staff have dedicated themselves to ensure that current service levels are maintained, all while revenues have not been sufficient to cover the cost. This has been made possible through federal assistance, identification of one-time revenues, holding roughly 120 positions vacant, and recurring budget reductions of $20 million or 11.5% in the last year alone. Budget reductions in public safety have been delayed until July 2022, pending the outcome of a potential sales tax measure. Given that public safety makes up 65% of the general fund budget, continuous cutting in the non-public safety departments is no longer a sustainable option. Public education efforts by city leaders to inform the community of the city's financial challenges has taken place since October 21 in the form of resident mailers, information on the city website, social media, and multiple public presentations and Q&A sessions. Further, statistical polling results from a survey conducted in January currently shows that a majority of Torrance residents support the concept of a modest 1/2 cent sales tax increase to stabilize the city budget and prevent further cuts. As such, on January 25th, 2022, your honorable body directed staff to prepare a resolution to allow the city council to place a 1/2 cent local sales tax measure on the June 7th, 2022 ballot. As noted in the staff report, the current sales tax rate in Torrance is 9.5%, of which only 1% is allocated to Torrance, with the remaining 8.5% allocated to the state and Los Angeles County. With a maximum rate set by the California Constitution at 10.25%, another 3/4 cent can be taken by the county or another agency. If a majority of voters approve the proposed sales tax measure, 100% of the estimated $18 million generated will remain in the city for general purposes, directly benefiting the Torrance community. Examples of such priorities can be found at Attachment B on page 37 of the staff report, with the majority currently being recommended to maintain current public safety service levels. Fortunately, the city's diverse sales tax base, ranging from retail to restaurants, entertainment, and auto sales, draws in many consumers from outside the city. The city's sales tax consultant, HDL, estimates that approximately 50% of the current city's sales tax is paid by non-residents. If the proposed measure is approved, it is estimated that approximately 29% will be paid by non-residents, which equates to roughly $88 per year per resident. It would also align the city's sales tax rate with LA County cities of similar population and general fund budget size, such as Pasadena, Glendale, and Burbank, who, like Torrance, fund their own police and fire services in-house, as opposed to contracting with LA County Fire and Sheriff. All neighboring cities in the South Bay as well have enacted a local sales tax, with the exception of the Beach and Palos Verdes cities, whose budgets are more reliant on property taxes. These comparisons can be found at Attachment C of the staff report. The proposed 1/2 cent sales tax measure includes the following key components: approximately $18 million in additional funding, 100% locally controlled funding for priorities directed by City Council. Some examples of these priorities could be preservation of current public safety service levels, which would be about $10 million of the funding, emergency readiness, rebuilding depleted reserve balances from 2020, streets, roads, and sidewalk repairs and improvement, park and public area cleanliness, preservation of senior after-school and other community programs, and addressing homelessness. It would also include required annual disclosure of public spending and mandatory annual audits. There are 2 resolutions attached to this item labeled Attachment D and Attachment E. Attachment D includes what the proposed ballot measure language that was used for polling purposes, which includes mandatory annual disclosure of spending and annual third-party audits in terms of fiscal accountability protections. There is additional language in the resolution in Attachment E, should the City Council elect to also augment these protections with an oversight committee. That concludes staff's presentation for tonight, and staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Poison. Are there any questions from the council? I see none, so we'll open up to the call center. Okay, I forgot. Councilmember Ashcraft, did you have any questions?
No, I don't at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we open up to the call center.
Thank you, Mayor. Frankie, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening, Council. Simply stated, 65% toward public safety is an excessive amount, especially when 8% only goes to community services. I fear the public safety authorities that patrol the city. Who knows what texts are sent about me being a female person of color? Will my vehicle be vandalized with racist symbols when I get pulled over?
let's take the 65% and fund programs to promote our youth. How about simply providing bathrooms in North Torrance Park? How about educating Torrance government officials in critical race theory? Only 4% goes to community development. Community means people. Community means neighborhoods. Why don't we try to beautify and put some art in our home city? And yes, Torrance needs a third-party auditor. I yield my time.
Moving on to the next caller. Debbie C., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Who?
Debbie, are you still on the phone?
Oh, okay. Yes, thank you. Yes, I am currently opposed to the possible increased tax rate. I don't understand about this with the companies and the businesses that we have, the Torrance Airport, Robinson Helicopter, the refinery. We have over 20 veterinary clinics, the shopping mall, and then Amazon coming, being being involved with our community. And I'm just having difficulty understanding that. It's almost like a mismanagement of funds. And I know a few years before COVID, the city council voted down about having a third-party audit, having a financial analyst done after reviewing all the books and everything, or the records. And
that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, I would just like to say that you guys have the audacity to spend our hundreds of thousands of dollars for consultants and put this thing on the ballot, and you say that you don't have money. Maybe we should have money if you would know how to handle money. If the economy is tanking, then you lower the tax. If the economy is booming, then you raise the tax. And by the way, the fire department and the police department, hanging guard on the beach, the fire department, watch my video. Gallivanting in the neighborhood, 25 minutes joyride, and 350,000 gallon gas money for them. Get to your senses, people. Get to your senses. I'm buying my megahorn, and I go against this thing if you vote on this. No more tax.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up, and there are more calls coming in. Please stand by. Thank you.
We shall.
Dick A., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Honorable Pat Ferry, City Council, and staff. I hope everybody is listening that lives in the city of Torrance. I endorse and support the half-cent sales tax on the measured ballot. Why? There's 4 issues that I'm very concerned of. Is number 1, take care of the homeless in the city of Torrance and keep them off our benches and the sidewalk. Also keep the parks clean and safe, and keep the streets clean and safe. In the city of Torrance, we need a own health department. Good night, and thank you very much.
Moving on to the next caller. Ari F., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
The city budget for public safety is already big enough, and it's in fact a little bit too big. Think about how much money is going back into the actual community. That's not that much. Right now, your public safety is currently in trouble. Why don't you focus on putting some of your budget, the city's budget, into actually, I don't know, educating yourselves about things like critical race theory, things about that, rather than trying to raise the sales tax, which you are when you send out those pamphlets saying that you value people's feedback, that's not necessarily true. If you listen, most people say that they're concerned about the budget. And in terms, some of us are also saying that we're concerned about the fact of your city budget when it comes.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Sheila B., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm sorry, were you calling me?
Yes, your 1 minute starts now.
Yes. So I find it ridiculous that you're talking about increasing taxes and putting additional strain on people in the community when the reality is that the problem is with your police department because they're overfunded and they continue to get lawsuit after lawsuit because they continue to be violent and oppressive. And you don't seem to actually be talking about the fact that this is something that's going to be coming. There's a lawsuit pending against the city because of the fact that 2 officers who vandalized an impounded vehicle, the person whose vehicle it was, is suing you. On top of that, you're going to have additional legal expenses to have to try and fight all these cases when you could, oh my gosh, just fire the officers engaged in a messaging scandal. There are 18 officers who were named for sending racist, sexist, homophobic messages.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up, and there's another caller coming in. Please stand by. Torrance Patriot, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening, City Council and Honorable Mayor. Nice to see you all tonight. I'm sorry. I've lived in Torrance my entire life, and you know, you haven't raised the taxes for a very long time. Things do get expensive. Yes, we were hit with the cyber, whatever you want to call it. But unfortunately, you know, we need. I'm in favor of it, believe it or not. We need it to maintain our streets, our safety, and everything else. I trust that she'll use it wisely, and I stand in solidarity with our police department, firefighters, first responders, and city workers who all deserve to be paid what they're paid.
Where's that thing we wrote?
Thank you.
That caller disconnected themselves. Moving on to the next caller. Actually, Mayor, let me check if there's any more callers in queue. Mayor, this concludes public comment for item 9F. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we'll bring it up here. Council, do we have comments or questions? How about Councilwoman Ashcraft? Because that's I can't see if you're raising your hand or not. Do you have any questions or comments?
No, I don't have any questions other than I'm in support of this right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to see if we can get an update from city staff. What is our current projection at the end of this fiscal year in terms of budget versus revenue?
We will be before the Finance and Governmental Ops Committee in really just about a month, so we'll be updating on our 10-year forecast then. As of the first quarter, it was projected that we would essentially break even at about $300,000 with revenues in excess of expenditures in the general fund only. I'm sorry.
And just want to clarify with respect to our unfunded liability. I think last year we did I'll call it the refi of over 300-something million. And that one is accounted for in our future budget as debt expense in the general fund. Is that correct?
That's correct. When we had issued the 2020 lease revenue bonds to pay off the majority of the unfunded liability, which was $350 million, it is now reflected as a debt liability, but also like the annual expense related to that debt liability still remains and is reflected in salaries, same as it was before, because it is a pension-related cost.
Okay. And then the other one is, so with that in mind, our current unfunded actuarial liability is roughly, I think you and I talked last week, roughly 97% funded, around that range, which is pretty good, I guess.
Correct. So when we had paid that off, really what was remaining, that sits in CalPERS, is that remaining $150 million. With the positive investment results, or I should say gains, that occurred in 2021, that reduced our unfunded liability such that we are approximately 98-99% funded starting in fiscal 24 because of the lag of CalPERS actuarial. I would note that this assumption reduces the liability for the time being, such that assuming that the investment return for the next 20 years is 6.8, but we all know that that can go up or down every year.
Sure. That's with any type of investment. It could go up and down.
Correct.
Any year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think, I've shared a lot of my position on this, so I'm not going to belabor this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffin.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Poisson, I heard you just mention that your estimate for the year might be a break even. Does that include one-time funds that we've received?
Yes, it does. It includes the one-time receipt of $12 million from ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act. Without that, we'd be forecasted to complete the year in a deficit.
And does that break even, including those one-time funds, also include restoring our reserves back to a proper level?
Not this year, because it includes known open litigation in cases. Obviously, it depends on timing, and the amount of that can vary, but to the best of our knowledge, most of that excess, or what you would consider additional revenues, is going towards open litigation. Any changes in that between now and June can be put towards reserves.
So would it be safe to say that just because we might have a break-even end of year doesn't mean that we're out of our financial situation and problems?
That's correct. As of today's forecast, it's anticipated that at the end of this fiscal year, we'd have about 10% of reserves. When I say 10% of operating expenditures, with the recommendation being 20%. So we're about halfway there. But as we all know, we're always susceptible to exposure, any sort of disaster or whatnot.
And then one last thing is that also doesn't bring us back to the cuts that we've already made. Those cuts still will be in place.
Correct. The cuts that were made over the last year and a half will remain permanent, with, of course, public safety at bay. Over the next 10 years, we're still forecasted to be at a deficit should public safety not make the proposed reductions that were presented to council in October.
And Councilman Adams, Prime City Manager, that's an amount of $10 million that's in abeyance pending the outcome of the sales tax measure.
Great. Yeah, I mean, so it's not a rosy picture. Even if we say we're balanced at the end of the year, and I've made extended comments in previous meetings about why I support the sales tax measure, and why I think it's so important for our city to maintain its stature as a good city in our community of LA County. Other cities are benefiting from the extra tax that we have not been benefiting from. And even a worse consideration would be is if we don't enact this tax, then we are leaving ourselves open to another tax coming in from another agency, which has happened before, that we will not benefit at all or very little from. And my position is if we're going to pay a tax, I'd rather that tax come and be controlled by our city than be controlled by another agency that we won't benefit from at 100% rate. And so for all those reasons, I continue to strongly support this sales tax initiative, and I hope that the people of Torrance realize that the small amount of money that each of us will pay as a result of this increase is worth the investment that we make in having the good city that we all want and continue to want to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Poisson, if the budget does somehow get balanced, does that mean there's no budget cuts in the next fiscal year?
When you mean balance, do you mean the next fiscal year or this fiscal year?
This fiscal year.
No, that does not mean. It means we've made it this year once more. It is forecasted going forward because this $12 million of federal assistance is the last piece of federal assistance that we'll be receiving. We can't count on that $12 million again. So that's contributing to our budget shortfall every year going for the next 10 years.
And Your Honor, if I may add, balancing the budget relying on vacancies is not a sustainable balancing strategy. While it's helped us bridge the gaps, and you all know we're actively recruiting, that's because we're seeing folks leaving the city. And each department is very aware of the need to utilize those salary savings as a budget balancing measure. However, that practice outside of normal attrition is not one that I would recommend. This is critical both in restoring or avoiding any cuts to public safety, being able to attract and retain employees, also enter into a multi-year contract. Those are all considerations that outside of this immediate urgency, we need to be mindful in future years. It's a very hot job market, and many people have left the workforce across the board, and for a city to retain and attract employees is becoming increasingly difficult, just for your awareness and consideration. Thank you.
And when was the last time our non-safety employees received a raise?
It was over 2 years ago, Your Honor.
And obviously that could be one of the reasons why people are going to other agencies to go to work.
It's the number one reason why we're seeing employees leaving. It's for opportunities with pay and benefits.
So the talent that we've raised upon our own, perhaps as entry-level employees that move on up the ladder, then they sometimes leave because the remuneration here can't match those other cities.
That's definitely a factor that we're dealing with.
And if things stay static, just the way they are, as we see it today, as of July 1st, our new budget, we still have some draconian cuts to make.
That's right. If the proposed cuts to public safety are not implemented, then we'd definitely be at about a $10 million shortfall. Allow me to also add to City Manager's comments on resignations. I think we shared with the Council and Finance and Governmental Ops Committees that just in the first quarter alone of this fiscal year, we've seen a departure rate that equates to what we've seen on average at the city of 12 months. I have to update that for the next quarter, so we'll see what that looks like, but I don't imagine I believe it's gotten worse. I should also add too, in terms of how the budget works and forecasting going forward, and to give people an idea of what revenue sources do we rely on, and on the other side of the coin, how expenses are increased. So as an example, in the general fund alone, if we increase salaries only 2%, modest 2%, that's an additional $3 million next year. That then compounds every year after that up to more than 20, 30 million in year 10. Now, we rely most heavily on sales tax. That's our number one revenue generator. Pre the pandemic, we were seeing increases in sales tax of between 1% to 2%. In 1 year, we saw a decrease in sales tax. Fortunately for us, in this recovering from the pandemic, we've seen a 5 to 10% increase. But a 10% increase to sales tax is only $5 million. And our sales tax consultant does not anticipate that a 10% increase every year is sustainable. In fact, their current forecast is anticipating that next year's sales tax growth is going to be 0.6. So it starts to stabilize, or at least that's today's forecast. And then property tax is another question people bring up often. Yes, we were fortunate here in the city of Torrance to have high property values. However, the property tax functions similar to sales tax in that the city of Torrance only gets 12 cents on the dollar. So as an example, if someone gains $1 million in their assessed value, that's only $1,200 in our pockets to the city of Torrance. So every $1 million in value is only $1,200. So an increase in property tax of 5% is only $2 million. So these are the types of things we have to look at and consider for the long term.
I see Mr. Chen has another question or comment. Oh, wait a second, Councilmember Kalani. Rules of council is that until everyone has spoken, you don't get a second chance. Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, thank you. Ms. Pizan, could you please remind us, I mean, obviously, there's a lot of people that come to Torrance for everything we offer, our malls, our beaches, our art museums, our events that we put on. This TUT tax, the potential sales tax increase, what percentage of that will actually be paid for by non-residents?
It's estimated that about 29% would be paid by non-residents.
And just to help us understand, would you remind us this percentage of a tax increase, what does that equate to if someone spends $100 or $1,000?
For a $100 purchase, that's an additional 50 cents on that purchase. Mm-hmm. For a $1,000 purchase, that would be $5.
Okay, all right. Thank you. That was my questions. Thank you.
Mr. Chen?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess during this dialogue, there's some things that came to my mind. I think earlier this discussion, you said by the end of this fiscal year, we're projecting that we'll put back in our reserve roughly 10%. Is that correct?
Correct.
And ideally, we'd like to get to 20%. So, okay. Which means to me, I mean, should we have a slope going that way? Maybe it might take 2 to 3 years if we just stay the course as is, and if the voters did not do a half-cent sales tax.
Councilman, sorry, if I may, the $10 million is a pending reduction in our base budget. So
right.
We would have to make, the assumption that we're making, Finance Director and I, is that your honorable body, come this upcoming 22-23 fiscal year budget, you will approve, should they take away the sales tax from the equation, you will be approving that $10 million. The reserve is one time, so I need to draw the distinction between relying on the American Rescue Plan funding as a potential lifeline, as I called it, and then the awareness that even with the sales tax projection increase because of amped up demand, we don't think that'll be sustainable long term at the level. We still have the structural deficit that we need to address, which is a $10 million.
Right, and I'm glad you mentioned the word structural deficit. I think that's been something I've been noodling through in my mind for a while now. What I'm looking for, maybe staff could consider as you come up with the next budget cycle for our review, is coming up for us a budget proposal that does not show a structural deficit, what it takes to be balanced, and where there are things that we budget in the past, like certain subsidies for programs A through N. There are options as opposed to in the budget and then show a structural deficit, large or small. Something to think about. I mean, you know the details better than I do.
Yeah, we can give you an itemized, and I think that was in one of the budget reiterations where we showed the line items of all the different subsidies, community programs. The magnitude of 10 million is so significant without the proposed cuts because of the number we keep saying, the 65% of our budget, public safety. Without that, And when you take out the enterprise funds, which is most of public works and transit, and then maintenance of efforts, we're left with general operations and community programs. It'll pretty much reduce and have potential, and I want to refrain from this terminology, or the reality may be, it'd be hard to avoid layoffs of actual employees,
Understand.
given the magnitude without those areas.
Yeah, understand. Yeah, I understand the American Rescue Plan was to help all of us who took a hit during COVID. It's not intended to fix a problem with our financial situation. So thank you very much. I just want to make a request, basically the next budget cycle to show those details. A lot of times, people like me, I only ask questions based on what I see. If I don't see it, then it's hard to get
We'll
clarification.
bring the entire list of all subsidies and community programs, line item with the individual program costs.
I know some people say it's only a couple of Starbucks a day, but if you have, one Starbucks a day for 10 years, that can mean something for someone.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Councilman, allow me to also answer a question on whether or not over the next couple of years, if we stay on the same trajectory, we can get to 20%. Currently, the answer is no. If public safety doesn't implement the proposed cuts, we don't have any planned funds to be able to put back into reserves, mainly because over the last 2 years, the reason we've been able to build that up is through one-time funds. Like, we've closed capital projects. We had pulled $5 million from the transit fund to pay for the land that the new transit center will sit on, and then about $2 million from the CARES Act. We won't see that $12 million in the future years and the ARPA money that was mentioned. So I don't foresee any more one-time funds in the future, which is why that's not anticipated should we not make these reductions.
Absolutely, I understand. I think, one of the challenges is, we need to really promote our city as a place to live, work, play, visit, and then increase the volume of sales as best as we can to increase the revenue. I appreciate that. I think there's one thing that came up I almost forgot, but I think I just let it go. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think I look forward to the next budget review. The other item I was thinking is, I have a feeling that you already know my position. I'm not in favor, but I also anticipate that I'm going to be in the minority. Don't know how the voters are going to vote come June, but it might be a nice exercise to start thinking, in the case, in the event, if the voters did have a 50 plus 1% vote, some start thinking and look ahead on what kind of things we may want to do, so it's not like a entirely shock treatment.
Yeah, Councilman, if I may take the liberty to walk us through that methodology, we have to be realistic in all of our assumptions, as much as we're giving you options, path forward, which is consistent with the practice of other agencies throughout the county, and I think we share those the numbers with you. Our budget recommendation assumes 2 scenarios. One is a path forward with the voters approving this measure. We've given you a framework, which is $18 million in projected revenue. $10 million is to avoid those reductions in police and fire. $5 million is my strong recommendation that you dedicate towards our reserve built out. The balance of the $3 million is really attachment C. It's incremental, small investment in areas of beautification, homeless response, some aesthetic infrastructure capital projects. 18 million is not much in the context of what we're trying to accomplish. Should council, and we know what the public says, you've seen the data, statistically valid survey, where public safety is number one of mind, priority in the voters' minds. You, as the sitting council, mindful of the transition that's pending next July, we have to have a balanced budget under California Constitution on July 1st. So in May, what we'll recommend is the framework of the making the cuts as proposed with the public safety to bring us balanced. Should your honorable body want to go a different direction, then the alternative is areas outside public safety to close that gap. Maybe it's a combination of sorts. Should you approve the recommended budget as presented, and the next council comes in July, because in June, we'll know what the outcome is of the sales tax. Next council, if the sales tax is not successful by Torrance voters, next council may direct staff to come back without implementing the public safety cuts. Then I would recommend we come back with the September revise to allow departments that more surgical, forensic approach of going through. And I've been in this chamber when young children have come in and cried because we had to cut $20,000 from the Aquacade program. Some of you may recall we've dealt with the crossing guard program. We're talking the fundamental fabrics of this community being on a potential chopping block for consideration. However, having said all that, the one awareness is American Rescue Plan gives us to next year, even in the worst case scenario, to plan for these reductions. The base budget of 2%, I don't think is something that, while I'm sure it's appreciated by our employee groups, I doubt it'll get us multi-year contracts. And coming out of this, what I'm hoping is out of the COVID years, it'd be ideal for us to secure multi-year labor agreements to train, to retain our talent, give everyone breathing room, and also allow the next council to transition and really focus on moving Torrance ahead in our priorities. That's the framework that I would recommend to your honorable body. Again, if it's subject to change, with potential changes to this very body, then we'll be prepared to bring back alternatives for your consideration. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I was gonna stay quiet, but I've been kind of on my mind, and it's kind of been brewing inside. I want to go back just a few years when people would come in here, and including myself, going back to 2014, looking at the budget. I've said it in the past, and people laughed at me. They laughed at me when I said, you know, Torrance is headed towards a financial disaster. We laughed at people that come in here pointing out some things. Some things might be exaggerated. Some things might have been embellished. Maybe some of the numbers may not have been very, very accurate. But here we are today asking the public to pitch in to save, once again, the city. And I get it. I get it. We need the money. There's no doubt about it. We need the money. But we do have to admit that as a city, we haven't been very good with our spending over the years. There's a reason why we're in the red. We spent more than we brought in. Yes, we had COVID. Yes, we had 2015. The refinery blew up. Yes, we've had earthquakes. We've had fires. We've had big storms. But the bottom line is that we have to function and operate within our means. And I think that goes with everybody. Our households, the same way we operate our households, we can't spend more than what we get. If your paycheck's $100,000 a year, minus taxes, whatever you bring in, you work out a budget based on that. And I think that's what we're attempting to do. It's scary because there's a lot of moving parts. I get it. There's unions we're having to deal with. There's a lot of things that are deteriorating that we have to catch up over the last few decades of neglect. I get that. But we have to, like Councilman Chen mentioned, we have to prepare for a no vote. And I believe we have a plan. I guess I don't know if we want to call it Plan B. Plan A is to go with the voters approving this and having that money to be able to operate. Plan B, I would imagine, is cuts. Unfortunately, go ahead.
Yeah, Councilman. Plan B, they're both simultaneous options that we have to be realistic and prepare for. And the Plan A or B or scenario without a sales tax, I'll call it, is the framework that we presented to you. And we said, let's hold pending the outcome. You have two decision factors past this decision tonight. When we get to May, this sitting body will approve a budget. And that budget, I will recommend, includes the reductions. If you want us to consider other options, we'll bring those forward as well. But I just ask if it's going to be to the extent, if we're not making cuts to public safety, that's going to require significant work for us to develop an alternative budget. The fact that we have the American Rescue Plan allows us that opportunity that we can plan. Should we be in a scenario where we need to reduce the impacts of public safety, then we need to go in a very methodological way to bring you alternative options. And the goal will be the organization of our size has gone through this before. I recall stories where folks were moving the different departments assigned to from the general fund to the enterprise fund, ultimately trying to avoid the draconian impacts of people's livelihoods. But we're also a business, so we would be considering all options and bringing those for your considerations.
And I would never want to see us get to that point. I get that. I do realize, like I said, that we do need the money. I don't think taxing people right now, adding an additional tax right now is wise, especially with the hardships that a lot of people have been going through. But that's just my opinion. I'm pretty confident it's going to get on the ballot. Then it'll be up to the voters to decide on their own. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Walser.
Thank you. I think we all recognize the need and the financial straits that the city is in. We have to not rely on the windfall savings that we've gotten from the COVID support. It's not going to be there in the future. We are well recognized in the state that we're in the top 10 of the ones in financial situations that are undesirable. That's not a claim to fame that we want to have. And I wholeheartedly support the small increase in sales tax. And I also feel that we really need to understand that these taxes are going to go up whether it's us or someone else. And if we don't get it, you'll still have the small increment to all of the residents and businesses that are here, but someone else will reap that benefit, be it another county fund, a state fund of some sort, whatever. So I think in support of our city and the growing expense that we will always continue to have in operating our city, we need to protect ourselves. So I do support this measure.
Thank you, Mr. Walser. Well, we've been down this road before, and I think we've shown the definite need for a sales tax. A half cent will bring us from 9.5% to 10%, which is still less than most of our surrounding communities. The only communities in the South Bay right now that are the same at 9.5 are the Hill cities, the ones on Palos Verdes Peninsula, Redondo Beach, Hermosa Beach, and Manhattan Beach. El Segundo has a provisional sales tax measure that would take it to 10.25% if the county or someone else raises it. But I believe there's about 40 cities or perhaps more than that in the county of Los Angeles that charge 10.25%, which would still be more than ours. Councilmember Griffiths brought up just a few weeks ago in a discussion that the city of Torrance has never had a raise. We've never raised the sales tax. We get it statutorily. It was set by the state for us to get 1%. We didn't set that. That was just set aside by the state of California. We've never asked for it. Well, we've asked for it, but we didn't get it from the electorate. But it's always remained the same. Our utility users tax, it has always remained the same, and property taxes beyond our control, that's controlled by the state of California, the county of Los Angeles, and people, when they sell their homes, they move, and their tax rates go up. We get about 12 cents, 13 cents on a dollar that's paid. It's a lot of money, but it's not as much that goes to the education of our youth. I think 50%, almost 50% of property taxes goes to our local school district, El Camino College, and to educate our youth. Interestingly, today, Manhattan Beach was in the news because they're looking to do a parcel tax for their schools. This is a very well-funded school district, and right now they have a $225 parcel tax. They're looking at maybe doing a $375 parcel tax. And there's a group in Manhattan Beach, the community, I imagine it's those with children in the schools, are looking for a $1,095 parcel tax just for education. And when you look at our the polls that we have done, and you don't have to do a poll to know this. I think everybody sitting up here and probably everybody listening, people move to the city of Torrance because of public safety. We have a very safe community. We have great schools, education. If you have public safety, you have education. But we do have infrastructure that we have to maintain. We do have equipment we have to maintain. We have this homeless issue that has grown and grown and grown, not just in Torrance, but regionally, which is a big hit on us as an agency to contain. And the people in our community want us to do it, and we'd love to do it. We've been fortunate enough to come up with a plan, but it's really not costing out of our general fund money at the present time because of the generosity of some other agencies. But the cost of goods and services, everybody knows if you go buy bread today, it's a lot more than it cost a little while ago. If you're buying milk today, a couple of years ago, it was a lot cheaper. We still have to pay that too. We have to buy lumber, we have to buy gasoline, we have to buy cars, we have to buy trucks to provide services. We need tires on our cars and trucks. All of those prices have gone up. In the meantime, the only way we have raised funds is by having businesses come to our community. And when I say businesses, generally that is your retail. Retail outlets charge sales tax. Industrial, research and development, they don't charge sales tax. What we get from them is a business license. I know a few years ago, we lost a very large corporate headquarters here. And the actual money that we lost out of our budget when Toyota relocated to Texas was less than $1 million. That was their business licensing. That's in essence what it was. Now there is peripheral because their employees would go to our dry cleaners, go to our restaurants and spend money, and that sales tax would come into the city. But sales tax is taking care of infrastructure, is taking care of making sure the trees are trimmed, making sure our lawns are mowed, making sure we have curb appeal to the rest of the world. And that's why businesses want to come here. We have not caught up with the cost of goods and services. And that has been draining us. It was mentioned earlier about we had a devastating explosion. It was 7 years ago today at the refinery. Our city lost almost $10 million, maybe more than $10 million during the period of that time that refinery was out of service from the taxes that they pay for utility users. And that's where a lot of money came from our reserves to pay what's called an economic anomaly. And that truly was an economic anomaly. They're back up and running, but who knows? What will be the next disaster in our city? What will happen? 3 years ago, if you told any one of us up here that a pandemic would shut down our economy on March 16th, 2020, we'd all look at you cross-eyed and think you're crazy. But it happened, and we lost that money. And that's where this bailout money, we're talking about the American Recovery Act, that's money that we got from the federal government basically to take care of the losses that incurred during the pandemic. And it addressed most of that. It didn't address it all because there's some cities that got money that didn't lose anything. Because if you didn't lose sales tax and you didn't lose hotel revenue from your transit occupancy tax, then you didn't lose any money by that other than money you may have put out by helping your community. We had a very, very vibrant network to take care of our community during the pandemic. And we had an emergency operations center that worked 24/7 to make sure that our community, was safe. We didn't look at how much it was going to cost because we knew we had to do it. And that's the way it is with every emergency. Whether it's an earthquake, whether it's a fire, you just act and you don't have to worry about where the money's coming from until after it's over with. For all those reasons, I think it's imperative upon our voters to look at the information, look at how we got to where we are, and what we can do if we all approve a half-cent sales tax measure, which would bring $18 to $20 million into the city's budget, and allow us to maintain the city services, public safety of our children at school, our crossing guard program, our resource officers at the schools, all the other things that we provide to the school district, we provide to our citizens, and curbing homelessness, building up our infrastructure, maintaining our sidewalks, our trees, our parks, all of those things. For those reasons, I fully support the sales tax measure going forward. And I'm not going to be here. If it passes, it'll be for the next mayor and the next council. And it'll be incumbent upon us as citizens to make sure that they spend it wisely, that they do take care of public safety, make it priority number one, that they do go after the homeless issue and curtail it, that they do keep our infrastructure up and running. We have, I've said this a long time ago, democracy is a participatory sport. You have to be involved to maintain it. And for those reasons, I fully support this, and I'm asked for a motion to bring forth or adopt a resolution to submit for voter consideration a local 1/2 cent sales tax measure on the June 7th ballot. Do I have a motion?
Your Honor, if I may also make a reminder that we do have two options for your consideration on the actual resolution per last discussion. Attachment D is the 1/2 cent sales tax. Attachment E is the 1/2 cent sales tax ballot measure with the Citizen Oversight Committee. And the Finance Director wants to add anything else to that. Thank you.
No additional comments, but I'll clarify that attachment D and both attachment D and E have the mandatory annual audits and reports to council.
Mayor, this is Heidi. I'd like to make one comment.
Go ahead.
Okay. I would like to point out, because nobody said, the essentials such as food and medication will not be impacted by this at all. Those are essential items. And the reasons were all stated why I am backing this item. I also, when the motion is made, I would like to see an oversight. We didn't talk about, this time at least, an oversight committee, but I think that is an essential part of this, to have community members that will be giving the oversight and the report back to the community as it goes forward, if it does. And 50 cents on every dollar, I think, is a bargain. We receive weekly residents complaining about sidewalks and streets, and we do have a schedule to repair those and replace them. And most residents are, when they look at the schedule to see when it's time to do their streets or sidewalks or tree trimming, they're not happy because the length of time they feel is too long. Well, if we don't have this 1/2 cent sales tax go into play, it's going to be a lot longer, because that is one of the things I'm sure that we will have to expend out, especially, as was stated, the increase in essentials that are needed, asphalt, concrete, and those things. It's going to be a lot longer for these things to happen, and I've been very proud of this city, and most residents are, for the upkeep and for the staff we have that maintain what we like to call the best city around. So for those reasons, I'm backing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalani?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the recommendations to place the 1/2% on the ballot. I believe that our voters deserve a choice, and I would ask that that include an annual audit and an oversight.
I second that.
So that's adopting resolution number 2022-21, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, placing a measure on the ballot for the general municipal election consolidated with the statewide primary election to be held in the City of Torrance on Tuesday, June 7th, 2022, for the purpose of submitting a measure imposing a transactions and use tax to a vote of the qualified electors of the city, directing the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis of the measure and providing for the filing of primary and rebuttal arguments and setting rules for the filing of written arguments regarding a proposed measure to be submitted at the election. Start voting, please.
Councilmember Ashcraft, your vote?
My vote is yes.
Your Honor, that motion carries with council members Chen and Matucci voting no.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Ashcraft. You can sign off now if you wish, or you can listen to the rest of the meeting. Your choice. I think at this time we're going to take a 10-minute break because we're going to come back with item 10A so we can change out the staff.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're back from our break and back in order, and we're going on to item 10A. Now is the time and place for a public hearing on agenda item 10A, a recommendation of the Planning Commission and the Community Development Director that the City Council deny the appeal and approve a minor hillside exemption to allow a new surface-grade tennis court via a series of retaining walls in conjunction with a fence height exception to allow an 8-foot tall fence around the perimeter of said tennis court on property located within the Hillside Overlay District in the R1 zone at 23719 Susanna Avenue. Has this matter been properly advertised?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Oscar Martinez with the Community Development Department. Tonight we have a presentation on the agenda to consider an appeal of Planning Commission action upholding the Community Development Director's approval of a minor hillside exemption to allow a new surface-grade tennis court via a series of retaining walls in conjunction with a fence height exception to allow an 8-foot tall fence around the perimeter of said tennis court on property located in the Hillside Overlay District in the R1 zone at 23719 Susanna Avenue. The property is subject to the development standards of the Hillside Overlay District and the R1 zone. A minor hillside exemption is required because the subject request involves retaining walls over 3 feet in height, and a fence height exception is required because the request involves a fence over 6 feet in height. A precise plan of development is not required because the project does not propose to modify or add on a second story to the residence, or proposes to add a roof deck or any equipment onto the roof of the residence. Slide, please. The presentation will provide a summary of the proposed project that includes the location and zoning, site plan, the elevations, the renderings, site photos, and will conclude with the recommendation to the City Council. Slide, please. This slide shows the location and zoning of the subject request. The property is highlighted in yellow and is at the center of the image. It is trapezoidal in shape and measures 17,585 square feet and located on the south end of Susanna Avenue cul-de-sac, south of Riviera Way. The property runs from Susanna Avenue to Via El Chico. The front half contains a single-family residence and is relatively flat. Thereafter, the rear half slopes upward to Via El Chico by approximately 35 feet. Via El Chico sits above the properties on Susanna Avenue. The subject property, as well as those properties shown in blue, are located within the Hillside Overlay District in the R1 zone. The property shown in green is Los Arboles Park, also within the Hillside Overlay District in the PU zone. Slide, please. This slide represents a site plan. The tennis court is proposed within the rear slope via a series of concrete retaining walls between 20 feet to 125 feet in length, and that range in heights between 2 and 5 feet in height, and includes an 8-foot tall chain link fence with green screen around the perimeter. The tennis court pad within the rear half of the property measures approximately 118 feet by 58 feet and is situated approximately 13.9 feet higher than the building pad for the residence. The project replaces the existing large mature trees at the rear slope. The tennis court, retaining walls, and fence will not exceed the grade of Via El Chico and will not be visible from that street level. As mentioned, the project does not involve any modifications to the existing single-family residence. Slide, please. This is a section of the project facing towards the west. From north to south, the first 3 series of retaining walls are 5 feet in height, which create the tennis court pad, followed by 2 series of 2-foot retaining walls to create benches, followed by a 3-foot retaining wall, then finishes with a 3.67 foot tall retaining wall. These walls comply with the code allowed maximum height of 5 feet. Slide, please. This is a north elevation of the tennis court facing, this is north elevation facing the tennis court. Slide, please. This is a bird's eye rendering of the project looking southeasterly and angled down. Slide, please. This is an aerial rendering of the project. Slide, please. And again, this is a zoomed-in version of that rendering. Slide, please. This photograph was taken from Susanna Avenue looking south at the subject property. Slide, please. This is taken along Susanna and looking north. Slide, please. This photograph was taken from Via El Chico looking north at the subject property. Slide, please. And this was also taken on Via El Chico looking south. Slide, please. This image is taken from Via El Chico looking east. Slide, please. And this is also this is on Via El Chico looking west. And slide, please. This slide shows a general direction and location where the photographs were taken by staff during field assessment of neighbors who specified hillside overlay impacts related to view, air, light, and privacy. Slide, please. This photograph was taken from the top of the driveway at 459 via El Chico, near the eastern property line looking northeast at the subject property. Slide, please. This was taken from the middle of the driveway at 459 via El Chico, near the eastern property line looking northeast at the subject property. Slide, please. This photograph was taken from the bottom of the driveway at 459 via El Chico, near the eastern property line looking east at the subject property. When standing in the driveway, staff observed existing mature landscaping along the property line that acts as a privacy barrier. In the judgment of staff, the proposed project would not result in a substantial adverse impact to privacy because mature landscaping and fenced green screen will provide screening, and the grade difference does not create advantageous sightlines towards 459 via El Chico. Slide, please. This photograph was taken from the side yard at 23715 Susanna Avenue, near the eastern property line looking southeast at the subject property. Slide, please. This photograph was taken from the rear yard of 23715 Susanna Avenue, near the eastern property line looking southeast at the subject property. Slide, please. And this photograph was taken from the rear yard of 23715 Susanna Avenue, near the eastern property line looking southeast at the subject property line, at the subject property, with the view angled up. When standing at the side and rear yard, staff observed the existing mature landscaping along the property line that acts as a privacy barrier. In the judgment of staff, the proposed project would not result in a substantial adverse impact to privacy because the mature landscaping and fenced green screen will provide screening. The proposed project would not result in a substantial adverse impact to views of ocean, mountain, or city lights. The proposed project would not result in a substantial adverse impact to air, as a tennis court involves a series of retaining walls with a chain link fence, with a tennis court level set back 5 feet from the property line, and it's not a single 14-foot tall retaining wall at the property line. With the existing mature landscaping, staff does not anticipate significant adverse impacts to airflow. The proposed project would not result in a substantial adverse impact to light, as the perimeter landscaping on the structure at 459 via El Chico already casts shadows onto 23715 Susanna Avenue. Slide, please. This photograph was taken from the middle of the rear yard at 23720 Susanna Avenue, looking southwest at the subject property. Slide, please. This was taken from the rear yard of 23720 Susanna Avenue, near the west property line looking southwest at the subject property. In the judgment of staff, the proposed project would not result in a substantial adverse impact to privacy because a fenced green screen will provide screening and because of the distance between the two properties. Slide, please. In closing remarks, the recommendation of the Planning Commission and the Community Development Director is that the City Council deny the appeal and adopt resolutions approving the project. And with that said, Your Honorable Mayor, that concludes staff's presentation and is available for any questions.
Thank you, Oscar. Are there any questions from staff by the council? Councilmember Chen was first up.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to share that I visit all the locations near the project and via El Chico. I will look at the data, make my decisions based on what's presented today. Thank you.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I also want to disclose that I visited the adjacent properties and viewed the subject property from above on Via El Chico, and my decision will be based on the facts presented here tonight.
Councilmember Kalani?
Thank you, Mayor. I also visited the site and the Via El Chico Street above, below on more than one occasion. I was called by a resident. I was also approached by a resident, a neighbor, while I was there, and I did not have an in-depth conversation with them, and my decisions will be based on the items that were presented.
Councilmember Walzer?
Thank you. I would like to disclose that I did witness a small presentation from the architect. I did visit the site and met with the property owner, and I also visited adjacent properties and saw different perspectives from the different homeowners that surround the property. And I will base my decision on the facts presented tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Matucci?
Thank you, Mayor. I as well have visited the site and also visited the properties adjacent to the subject property. I'll be making my decision tonight on the information presented. Thank you.
And like everyone else, I also visited the site above, below, alongside of. I did not speak to anyone, neither the appellant nor the proponent, and I will base my decision on the evidence that's been submitted, as well as any verbal testimony we received tonight. Now, we got that out of the way. Is there any real questions for Oscar? It looks like none. So we didn't mention at the outset, but the methodology we'll go through is we'll donate 15 minutes to Mr. Layton, who is the appellant on this case, I believe. Then we will have 15 minutes for the proponent. Then we will have 2 minutes per person, anyone who is calling in. And then it'll go back to Mr. Layton for a 5-minute rebuttal period. And then we will close the public hearing and we will deliberate. So, the call center, do we have the appellant, Mr. Layton, or his representative?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Jeff Layton, and I live on Via El Chico across the street from the proposed project. We hope you have read the many letters from our neighbors and the Riviera Homeowners Association in opposition to this project. This project should have never been approved by the staff nor by the Planning Commission. The result is that my neighbors and I have spent a great deal on filing and consultant fees and for the construction of a partial silhouette to continue to oppose this project and preserve the quality of our lives. In regards to the Planning Commission's approval of this project, it was in fact a split tie vote. 2 members of the Planning Commission were forced to recuse themselves due to personal and professional connections to the applicant, leaving the Commission with only 4 members. Even the chair indicated he knew the applicant, but said he felt he could make a fair decision. However, when advised by the planning manager and assistant city attorney that a decision should wait until the 5th commissioner could be present, the chair denied the request and a split vote remained. It did not seem to be a fair process that was based on the facts, but in fact, based on the applicant's deep ties with the city. Also, please note that not one resident in the area, excluding the applicant as he does not live in the home, has come out in favor of this proposal. It is unanimously opposed by local community, and we hope you can represent us in your vote tonight. The applicant, Mr. Taskin, would like you to believe that this is just a matter of putting a private tennis court in a backyard that will barely be seen or heard by the surrounding community. The Planning Commission staff says they don't anticipate any adverse impact. However, the 4 adjacent homeowners, 2 on Susanna and 2 on Via El Chico, along with numerous other residents from both streets that you have received letters from, strongly disagree. The standard tennis court, which this is approximately 60 by 120 feet. So the court surface, not including the surrounding flower beds and retaining walls, will measure approximately 7,200 square feet. It will be situated just a few feet from the property line on each side of the yard and just a few feet behind the 1,400 square foot rental house on the property. That makes the tennis court surface more than 5 times the size of the house it sits in back of. In addition, the court surface will sit on a constructed plateau that will be 14 feet above ground level, which is where the roof line of the house is. From there, a fence with green screen that surrounds the entire court will extend another 8 feet above the house. This thing will be huge in relationship to the existing house on the property and the surrounding homes. The rendering that the applicant's architect has provided was a very distorted and inaccurate picture of these facts. I would also like to address the few letters of support in favor of the tennis court. These are from residents out of the neighborhood and even our city who testify the noise from a tennis court is not too bad. Some mention that when it does bother them, they just close the windows. Upon further investigation, you would find that the majority of these residences were built near long existing tennis club centers and private courts and were purchased by buyers with full knowledge of the view and noise disturbance issues they would face. Also, the distance from their homes to the nearest court is much greater than what is being proposed. These comments should be summarily dismissed as irrelevant, as the details of each court and neighborhood is entirely different from what is being proposed. I am confident if they were proposing an airport in their rear yard, they could find similar support letters from people living next to other airports. The applicant states that the top of the fence will be below the street level of Via El Chico. While this may be true, it doesn't mean the court won't be visible. My adjacent neighbors and myself do not live at street level. These are all 3-story homes with a garage on the bottom level, and 90% of the time at home is spent on the 3rd level. This means that with our angle of view and the slope of the street, we will have almost a full view of the 8-foot-high green fence surrounding the court. Almost every window and glass door in our house faces the proposed site, and why we will still have our city view above the court, the closest and most dominant structure we will be looking at every day is this green fence. The Hillside Overlay Ordinance states that a proposed development will not have an adverse impact upon the view, light, air, privacy, and land values and investment of other properties in the vicinity. While it does not specifically mention noise, if you would go to dictionary.com, you will find the definition of privacy to include the state or condition of being free from being observed or disturbed by other people. Noise consists of 3 elements: loudness, pitch, and duration. The Torrance Municipal Code, Chapter 6, Article 7, under General Noise Regulations, states that it shall be unlawful for any person to willfully make or continue, or cause to be made or continued, any loud, unnecessary, or unusual noise which disturbs the peace or quiet of any neighborhood, or which causes discomfort or annoyance to any reasonable person of normal sensitiveness residing in the area. The Hillside Overlay does not allow rooftop decks because of their impact on privacy caused by the noise it carries from them. Plateaus higher than 14 feet are allowed, but not construction on top of them. Mr. Nastaskin has told me he's an avid tennis player and plans to use the court a minimum of 3 times a week. His family and the renters will also have access. I have lived on Via El Chico for 10 years and am very familiar with how sound travels along the hillside. The kids playing in the backyard where this court will be constructed at times seems like it is coming from our front door. I've had to close our windows and balcony doors at times to get away from the noise. Of course, they play for 20 minutes and then go back in the house. We are now talking about a game that is played for several hours at a time on multiple days of the week. I can guarantee that if this tennis court is built, we will hear every time a ball hits a racket or the net, every time a tennis shoe screeches on the surface, and every word that is spoken on the court. We would like you tonight to focus on the character of our neighborhood, the severe impacts to all of us, and the findings in the code. While a silhouette is not required by code for this type of project, It is surprising that one was not asked for from the applicant for what appears to be the size of a 12,000 square foot two-story home immediately behind and above an existing 1,400 square foot home. Later in our presentation, you will see our best simulations as to what it will look like from the street and from neighbors' homes. As I speak, I would like you to follow along with the printed presentation we have provided to you. Can I get the first slide up, please?
Can you see that, Mr. Layton?
Yes, I'm not seeing it. Is the slide visible?
Yeah, yeah. If you see it, we see it.
Okay. There we go. Okay. All right. This slide shows the proposed tennis court in blue and the surrounding adjacent hardscape in green. The plans we were provided did not show the adjoining homes and their proximity, which would have seemed to be an important piece of information when approving the plan. The tennis court surface is a mere 25 feet from windows on an adjoining property. This would be around the width of 3 parking stalls to give you an idea of how close the court is to living areas. This is far less than the standard distance of 50 feet used for sports courts in adjacent cities. This also shows how the topography creates a bowl effect in which the noise from the court will be much louder than in other tennis courts. This is something the Riviera Homeowners Association indicated in their letter of opposition. Next slide, please. And are we moving ahead? There we go. The staff uses the existence of 2 courts at 23652 and 23656 as justification for the approval. First, the code does not speak to allowing minor hillside exemptions because there is a similar case or cases in the area. Second, even if the code did, the 2 examples are entirely different. The courts are around a quarter the size of the proposed tennis court and set far down a hill 4 times as far as the proposed tennis court is away from neighbors' homes. This exhibit shows how different they are. Next slide, please. The neighbor to the west has erected a silhouette on his property to simulate the height of the walls and fencing for the court. These will be built a mere 5 feet from where the silhouette is located. You see the orange arrow there, that would be the surface of the tennis court. And the green arrow points to the top of the 8-foot-high fence. Next slide, please. Again, here is the silhouette along the property line, and you can see how it towers over the residents of the neighboring property. Again, it will only be 5 feet away from the property line. It would have greatly helped if the applicant would have built a silhouette so the impacts could have been properly represented. Next slide, please. On this exhibit, we have simulated how the entire tennis court screening will be visible above the existing home. It is entirely out of character with the neighborhood and will dramatically reduce the price of any of the neighbors will be able to get for their homes. It just simply looks ridiculous. Next slide. The view from the neighboring home at 23715 Susanna will be obliterated with a massive wall 20 feet from their windows. The noise from the constant smacking of tennis balls will seem to be inside their home. Next slide, please. Grading and drainage are important items to consider when reviewing the impacts of the neighborhood. As shown, there is up to 13.5 feet of cut, although mislabeled on the proposed plan. Also, the import is mislabeled and is actually export, and is an erroneous amount of dirt to remove, an enormous amount of dirt to remove, around 188 large trucks. Along with the movement of dirt, the impervious nature of the court will increase the flow of stormwater from the site and impacting an already undersized storm drain system in city streets. Next slide, please. There are 6 findings for the minor hillside exemption, and every one of them must be made to approve the project. However, the proposal fails on every single finding. First, the project does impact the view, light, and air of the other property. In particular, the home at 23715 Susanna will have no sun through their east windows, no privacy in their home or yard, and no view out their windows. The second finding regarding the same impacts cannot be made. In regards to being attractive and harmonious with the neighborhood, it fails. Next slide, please. For the fourth and fifth findings, there will absolutely be a decrease in the values of the homes adjacent to the courts, towering over the adjacent homes and the out-of-character look of the court. And finally, the cumulative impacts are huge. Final slide, please. Mr. Nataskin brought up as a main part of his presentation to the Planning Commission that courts have been built in neighboring Palos Verdes estates and that many are close to neighboring homes without any issues. As he has brought the regulations for the many tennis courts and PVE into the discussion, we would like to evaluate them as well. On the screen are the 10 findings required in Palos Verdes estates for a new tennis court. These were established 33 years ago due to problems with tennis courts that had been built. A court in PVE would need to comply with all 10 findings. The proposal fails on 8 of the 10. We understand that these regulations do not apply in Torrance, but in fact, it was the applicant that argued that due to a lack of specific regulations,
I believe the time was up, so Mr. Layton, you were cut off after 15 minutes. Thank you very much. It was a great production from our city attorney.
Hi, Assistant City Attorney Tasha Strader. Before the other party has an opportunity to speak, I just wanted to remind the council when you're making your decision this evening, there were some arguments made regarding noise with regard to the Hillside Ordinance. Historically, since the adoption of the Hillside Ordinance, noise has not been part of that. While I understand there's a general interpretation, according to dictionary.com, of the definition of privacy, that's not something that we've ever looked at, that prior councils have ever looked at. It's strictly view, light, air, and privacy. So I wanted to make sure everyone on the council understood that.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we have the proponent or his representative will get 15 minutes as well. Are we ready there?
Ready. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. Nagy Bakum, Obelisk Architects, 3800 Pacific Coast Highway, Torrance. 23719 Susanna is a single-family, one-story home with neighbors that are 1, 2, and 3 stories immediately adjacent to it. Next slide, please. Our client, Igor Nastoskin, is also available tonight. He will be speaking in my remaining time. Igor Nastoskin reached out to many of the neighbors around the property months ago, describing the tennis court addition, leaving plans with neighbors and that requested them, and making me available to meet with any neighbors that had questions. An adjacent neighbor reached out to me requesting to see plans, made an appointment, never came or called again. The layout of the court is achieved by creating the smallest footprint for a tennis court, even a little smaller than recommended. It sits well within the setbacks, as you can see in my architectural plan on sheet A001. The third level, the The level play area is achieved by creating retaining walls less than 5 feet tall, both upslope and downslope, and the tennis court sits flatly on grade. With respect to view, air, light, and privacy, the staff report has addressed all of these issues clearly. I have illustrations as well that will demonstrate the light. As the court sits 13.5 feet above the lowest adjacent grade, it does sit on grade, and the court is considerably lower than the existing vegetation. Even the appellant's slides demonstrated with their silhouettes, which were not certified, that their estimation is lower than the vegetation we currently have on the site. The court, in fact, meets the city standards with respect to noise, height, and use. Next slide. What you'll see here is a bird's eye view of the proposed court. Please note the significant height of the neighboring properties in this image, specifically the properties in your upper right-hand corner. Also note the property in your lower left. Even this two-story home is significantly higher than the proposed tennis court. There is only one home that is effectively equal in height to the Nastoskin home, and that is the one into your lower right-hand corner. Next slide. Let's dig deeper into the view, air, light, and privacy. The fact is that with this proposed tennis court, the views will open up because there will be a reduction in the height of the existing hedge and trees. Most of these will be removed and replaced with new hedge material that will screen the property. I have illustrations to demonstrate the light issue in the next slide. Air is unchanged. Privacy is maintained as the court is lower than the tall homes around it. And the appellant must prove significant impact, and we will demonstrate that there is none. With respect to value, whether the tennis court adds or deducts value, we had an independent appraiser give us their professional opinion as to whether the tennis court would add or reduce value. And the fact is that it adds value. And also, homes with tennis courts are in great neighborhoods, not devalued ones. Next slide. Thank you. Here what you see is a solar study. It's specific to the summer solstice. We've recreated the existing condition and the proposed tennis court. And what you learn from this in the lower left-hand slide is that at 5:30 in the morning at sunrise, the existing one-story home, the Nastoskin home, actually casts a shadow on the neighboring property, while the tennis court does not. And you can see by a snapshot at around 8:30 in the morning, the shadows are completely cast away. And this is similar for spring and fall. Next slide, please. In fact, the only time that we can see any impact at all is in the winter solstice, the shortest day of the year, and you can see in the lower left corner, our single-story, single-family home actually casts a significant shadow on the property next door. And you can see a very minor shadow only an hour later of the tennis court on the right-hand slide. So what we've learned is that the existing single-family home casts more shadow than the proposed tennis court, or even the significant shadow that is created by the existing trees and hedge. So this situation will actually improve from the current. Next slide, please. I've had an opportunity to read all the letters of concern which address the site, specifically site stability and water issues. With any new structural plans must account for safety factors. A soils engineer will be hired to determine the requirements that we have to contend with. Civil engineers will deal with the grading and the water infiltration. Structural engineers will address the structure of the wall. Letters accuse this court to be a method of building a new home in the very location where the court sits. It is a tennis court that is proposed, not a home, not a means to an end. With all the new state laws that benefit the property owner, Igor Nastoskin is looking for a tennis court, not a building. We do have an 8-foot fence. The goal is to keep the balls on the tennis court. We understand that some neighbors may have concern with this, but the goal was to keep tennis balls on the court. If it would help the situation, Igor Nasoskin and I spoke, and he said a 6-foot fence would be an acceptable alternative, and that would still maintain privacy as it would be above eye line. Next slide, please. Proximity to homes. Note the image proximity of the tennis court to the neighboring properties. Please note that the court itself is not surrounded by homes. In fact, 75% of the tennis court is surrounded by empty space, specifically the street to the bottom and vacant land to the right, which is private property, and then city property to the lower right. There are also 2 homes other than the Nasoskin home that are in proximity to the tennis court, and they are not that close. More importantly, we meet the setbacks outlined by the City of Torrance. Next slide. The court and potential noise. The court sits on grade, yes, higher than the existing home, with a fence that is 6 or 8 feet tall, depending on what we decide this evening. That puts it approximately 19.5 to 21.5 feet above the existing home pad. We researched noise complaints in Palos Verdes, and that was actually what we referred to in the prior public hearing, because there are so few tennis courts in the City of Torrance. And all those objections to the courts related to pickleball. This is a tennis court, not the same as pickleball. Tennis courts make less noise than kids in a pool or a basketball court. We removed a pool from this site. Noise is not a reason to deny this project, and noise is controlled by the local police. Next slide. Here is a recreated street view of Susanna, and you'll note that mine looks significantly different than the appellant's. This was recreated using Google Earth and the modeling program that we use to generate the image. Note that the fence is screened and that it will be with trees and hedge, but not as high as the current that we have. It will in fact allow more light as we demonstrated, because the plant material will be shorter than what's currently there. Next slide. In conclusion, at least for my half, the City of Torrance allows sports courts, pools, basketball courts, pickleball courts, and tennis courts. This is a fully conforming submittal and approved by the City Planning Department, which recognizes this. There is no significant impact to view, air, light, and privacy, nor has the appellant demonstrated this. It meets all of the city standards, and we request you deny this appeal this evening, and I will turn the rest of my time over to Igor.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Igor Nasoskin, and I'm the owner of 23719 Susanna, where I would like to build a private tennis court. My quick background: I'm a longtime resident in the Riviera, and I'm very involved in the community, such as the Riviera Sportsman's Club, Torrance Relay for Life, and I help fund the Riviera Elementary Character Counts program. I'm not a developer or a builder. When COVID-19 started, many tennis clubs either closed down for tennis or severely restricted their usage. Many of the public and high school tennis courts did the same. It occurred to me that the property I own in Susanna may be large enough to accommodate a private court. My architect and I worked with the planning department and came up with a design that met all of their requirements. I know that Palos Verdes has a lot of private courts, and I checked with an official at the city to see if they had experienced any issues relating to the usage of tennis courts. I was told that the only issue they had was one case that involved pickleball. I'm already on the record saying I will not allow pickleball to be played, and I'm willing to have it as a condition of my approval. In addition, the aerial photos of many of those tennis courts show just how close those private courts are to their neighbors. I also met residents that already live very close to existing tennis courts in the South Bay to understand their experiences. The overwhelming response: one, because I'm petitioning to have the fence surrounding the court to be 8 feet, and two, because my project entails regrading the back of my property, which, by the way, is in accordance with the City of Torrance guidelines. To put everything in perspective, if my immediate neighbor on Susanna, who has a 48,000 square foot lot, wanted to put a tennis court on his property, as long as he only had a 6-foot fence, he would not even need to get any of his neighbor's permissions. So if that is the case with his property, it logically follows that this hearing cannot be about whether a private tennis court should or should not be allowed. The planning department has already determined that my project does not violate the Hillside Overlay Ordinance. I do want to address one of my opponent's arguments that the reason for denial should be because there are no private tennis courts in Torrance and that it would somehow set a dangerous precedent. The reason there are no private tennis courts is that the following conditions would need to be met. One, a property has to be at least 17,000 square feet, and the overwhelming majority of lots in Torrance are not. Two, even if a property's square footage is large enough, it has to have sufficient depth and width. Three, only a homeowner who's an avid tennis player would even want to build such a court. And four, it is expensive to build a tennis court. That is why there are no private tennis courts in Torrance, and not because there's something inherently wrong with having one. As a matter of fact, I have provided a number of aerial photos of other athletic courts in Torrance. There are also 2 properties in Susanna that had a substantial regrading of their backyards to accommodate their swimming pools and athletic courts. So I believe that there already is an existing precedent. I understand that my neighbors are concerned with the unknown and the fear that my use of the tennis court will change the quality of their life. But I want to assure you that I will be a very responsible steward of my court. For example, 1, I will not have lights on the court, so tennis would only be played during the day. 2, no pickleball will be allowed. 3, tennis court will not be used for any tournaments or exhibitions. I'm willing to eliminate any tennis court seating. 4, it's already stipulated that the court cannot be used for any commercial purposes. 5, I play singles only, so you would typically have only 2 players using the tennis court at any given time. 6, keep in mind, I too have a vested interest in making sure noise is not a factor, as I have tenants living on the property. And if it is too noisy for them, I would probably not be able to keep them for too long. 7, I will have a security cameras around the parameters of the tennis court to ensure no unauthorized use. This will also have a side benefit to the neighborhood, as currently teenagers tend to congregate at the end of the El Chico cul-de-sac. 8, I will still be playing tennis at West End Tennis Club, so the usage of this...
I'm sorry, the 15 minutes allotted to the proponent have expired. I want to open up if there's any questions by my colleagues of the proponent before we open it up to the public. Councilmember Griffiths?
Thank you, Mayor. It's not so much a question for the proponent, but whoever can answer this would be great. Would like to understand better what the access to this proposed court would be from via El Chico.
I can handle
I'm
that
sorry,
question.
I didn't get the question concerning VL Chico. Can you repeat that?
I heard the question. I can answer that question. This is Nagy Bakum with Obelisk Architects. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, there are 2 pedestrian access ways. One is from Susanna. There is a walking staircase that would take you in the side yard to some stairs that would take you to the court. And there are some stairs from El Chico pedestrian stairs that would take you down to the court surface that way as well. So you can access it from top or bottom as currently proposed.
However, from the second, this say main entrance will be via El Chico. And the reason for that is he didn't want to disturb his tenants in his house. So he has never used the court should park on El Chico and use the main entrance from there.
Thank you for that. In viewing that location, the whole area there on the cul-de-sac of via Chico is all red curb. The parking for visiting the facility be?
typically in front. If you look at the staff image, I believe you would see that there is parking directly adjacent to the top side of the property.
Yeah, we have one space. I would like to say that in front of our house, we have one space.
Wait a second, wait, time out. The question was posed by council member to the appellant, so the appellant answered that, and I think he has, staff is available to answer that question as well. And he will answer it now.
Okay. So I would like to say we have one spot in front of our house for parking, and
Who is this speaking?
3 parking spaces along the other side of the street.
Excuse me, who is this speaking?
I'm sorry, this is the appellant, Jeff Layton.
Okay, the question was not posed to you, the question was posed to the appellant, opposed to the proponent and to staff. Staff's ready now to answer that. Thank you.
Okay.
Can't hear you.
Mayor and council members, this is Oscar Martinez with the Community Development Department. There is some red curbing along the El Chico, some of the parking, there is on-street parking closer to the residences along towards the west of the El Chico.
Is there any red curbing, or is there any non-red curbing along any of the property of this particular subject property?
I don't believe so, Councilman Griffiths, that the majority of that area along the south side of the property line is red curbed.
Is there any way to petition to have that red curbing removed?
I believe there is a process through our Public Works Department to allow for that sort of change.
Great, thank you for those answers. And the other question I had is, since the residence is a rented property, and this tennis court would be used not by the resident, but by the owner of the property and his guests, is there any restroom facilities or changing areas available to the users of the court?
So, Councilman, I believe this is a private court, so we would treat this as a private court, not requiring any additional changing facilities. It's not for commercial purposes, and there's even conditions of approval related to that specifically no special events, no competitions, no exhibitions, nothing of that nature to maintain the residential character of the neighborhood.
No, I understand that. My question was, let's say that I'm there playing tennis, I'm the owner, and I'm there playing tennis, I need to use the restroom. What do I do?
I believe, Councilman, the homeowner, the applicant would have to use the bathroom inside the residence.
If I could interject, Assistant City Attorney Tasha Strader, this was initially, of course, an approval by the Community Development Director. We're looking at a minor Hillside exemption, and when we're looking at the ordinance for any project, we're not typically supposed to consider, we being the city, whether it's the owner or the residents, it's the project intrinsically. I understand that there's the realities of a situation, but we have to be careful about considering that. The owner could decide tomorrow to kick out the tenants and move there.
Understand. Now, also the owner could sell the property and then we have a different owner.
Absolutely. So I think we want to be careful about making those determinations as part of the overall decision.
Appreciate that. Thank you. That's all for now.
Mayor and Councilman Griffiths, actually, if I could just clarify, the red curbing, there is a portion of non-red curbing that is directly behind the subject property.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Walser, you have a question?
Basically, it's a question of design. Noise is an issue. When I look at the layout, it appears to be there's a bleacher section that could hold maybe 20 people. That kind of causes some concern for me.
Councilman Walser, yes, there is a bench seating that is provided via the retaining walls to the south of the set tennis court.
And if that many people were there, that would also impact whatever available parking there is and would obviously add to any output of noise, I would assume.
Is that it? Councilmember Chen?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a question for staff. on the staff presentation, I'm looking at page 19. A view from the side yard at 23715 Susanna Avenue. Does that view looking upwards and with those flags that the, I guess the appellant's place represents close to reality where all the fencing would be or the level of the tennis courts?
Councilman Chen, I would not necessarily be able to say that it actually represents it. This was not a required silhouette as for typical, that is typical of other projects. And also, no certification was provided in terms of heights and the location of the silhouette. So I would not be able to actually comment whether it actually represents what's out there or what's being proposed.
All right, because I'm looking at page 19 and 20, and that looks to me a little concerning with respect to a view. That's why I'm asking the question. Looks like for that home, there is probably some impact, right? Significant. But I'll continue to think about that. Thank you.
Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I had some questions. It's my understanding, who placed the silhouettes?
Councilmember Kalani, I believe it was the appellant and the adjacent neighbor, property owner to the subject property.
And is it possible for us to ask that silhouettes be placed for the whole project? I mean, when I went there, it was not easily, you weren't easily able to understand the complete impact if you were on the court, what the view was into neighboring properties and also neighbors into the tennis court, at least from Susanna.
Yeah, Councilmember Kalani. So for minor hillside exemption process, it's typical of not having a silhouette constructed for it, but it is within your purview. If you may want to ask the applicant or the proponent if they'd be willing to put up a silhouette, that could be a reasonable request.
Okay, just a couple more requests. Was there any photos taken or are there anything available to better understand? And I think I heard that the proponent was willing to remove the stadium-type seating. Is there any type of views that would help us understand what they could see from that seating area?
Councilmember Kalani, I don't believe that there is any photographs that would be able to represent that. There could be some renderings maybe provided by the applicant and his representative.
Okay, all right. And then just two other questions. Is it possible to put noise restriction? I mean, I know there's not lights, but there's, oh, I'm getting a head shake, no? Okay.
No, so earlier when I mentioned, I mean, I respect, everyone's comments on the council, but noise isn't something you should be looking at. Historically in the hillside, unlike commercial projects outside the hillside where we do put in certain barriers to noise and so forth, that has never been done historically in the hillside. That is not part of the analysis of view, light, air, or privacy. So if we start doing that now, then other projects that come before you, they're going to want you to do the same thing.
Is that the same with lighting? I know that the proponent has said that there's no lighting on the court, but could temporary lighting be put there in order to use the court in the dark or after the sunset?
Well, if it's part of the conditions that there's not going to be lights there, then in my view, and CDD can speak to this better, that would be a violation of the conditions of the project. And I thought that was weren't those part of the conditions that they weren't going to have lighting for use at night? Or if not, it could be added.
Honorable Mayor and council members, this is Oscar again with the Community Development Department. There was no condition specific to lighting, but should one be recommended, it can definitely be incorporated into the resolution for approval. That no light poles or lighting be permitted for the tennis court.
Both permanent or temporary?
Permanent or temporary.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. This question will go to, it could be the staff or the proponents. The entrance to the tennis court from via El Chico, I believe when I was there at the top, there was a chain link fence with padlocks on it. So what would be would there be like still a chain link fence or anybody can access the court in terms of trespassing, things like that?
Councilmember Chen, yeah, I believe that they are going to be upgrading the fencing. If I can have the proponent actually speak to that, and what the proposed fencing would be.
The question is to the proponent or his architect, is what the fencing on Vista El Chino will be or is proposed?
Yes, there would be, hello, this is Nagy Bakum with Obelisk Architects. The fencing would have to be removed other than protective fencing for the duration of the construction. And then post-construction, it would be a wrought iron fence to enclose the property as it is the rear yard to the Susanna home. So there would be new wrought iron and new hedge material planted in its place.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I see none, so we'll go back to the call center from the public who have called in. Each has 2 minutes to.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin to transfer in calls.
Thank you.
Ali M., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Good evening, sir. My name is Ali Mishadi. I'm a resident of Torrance since 1992, business owner since 92, a small business, commercial property owner in Torrance, and homeowner in Torrance, living in 2729 Portobello Drive in Torrance, right above the Las Conchas Tennis Center. There is 8 tennis courts right in my backyard. I'm like about 50 feet high, about 70, 80 feet deep. So I have no complaint about the noise. And actually, I don't hear it unless I go outside the house in my backyard. Then I can hear the ball every now and then. There are 7 a.m. till 10 p.m., 7 days a week, public court, 8 of them. No complaint about that one. And every now and then, I hear somebody coming upstairs in my house, tennis player, offer me buying my house 15, 20% above market price. And since 2005, I'm here and this property, and I don't think so ever we're gonna sell it. My wife and I, we're gonna die here. And we have a 2-year-old grandkid living with us in this house. We gotta sleep middle of the day and sleep early at night, 7 a.m. No complaint. Any question? I'm there for you.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next caller. Natalie L., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Hello. I live at 464 Via El Chico, and I vehemently oppose the proposed tennis court. We bought our home 10 years ago and liked the home for several reasons, but especially because it was at the end of the cul-de-sac with no home on one side of us and no home across the street. Because of this, we thought we would be more protected from noise, and we have been. I work from home, and my office window faces the proposed tennis court. The noise coming from the balls hitting the racket, talking, joking, laughing, and yelling are all consistent with what is typical with a sports court. This is the impact, will have impact on my work, as the noise will interfere with my concentration. We have been through this before. We owned a home where the back of the house was adjacent from a tennis court, and we did hear the hitting of balls and noises from voices and yelling. The result was frustration, headaches, and inability to enjoy our home as we thought we would. We bought that house knowing that there was a tennis court adjacent. On the other hand, and most importantly, we researched and bought our Via El Chico home knowing there were no tennis courts, parks, or recreation areas that would affect the quiet we were seeking. Mr. Nastaskins proposes that the access of tennis court be one of them from El Chico. This is ridiculous. It makes, a concern he makes is for the renters of his property to not be disturbed, but it would be okay to disturb us on El Chico. The red curb painted in the cul-de-sac is painted red because of contact I had with the city 5 years ago that there were congregating groups of teenagers, mostly on weekend nights and sometimes during the week, playing music, drinking, drugs, and other negative activities. That is why that area is red. We have no need.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Jill G., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now. Jill, are you still on the line? Jill G., are you still on the phone? Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Judy B., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Good evening, council and staff. I'm Judy Bernetti with the Riviera Homeowners Association. We are opposed to this development primarily because of the impact it will have on neighbors. All you really need to determine the impact of this development is to ask yourself, if my next door neighbor decided to build a 6,000 square foot tennis court and raise it 13.5 feet with an 8-foot tarp fence around it, and all of this would be 7 feet from my property line at the corner, would there be an impact to me in my home? And you would answer, yes, of course. There would be a light, air, privacy, and possibly a view impact from this project. Council should either deny this project outright or send it back to planning. If it's sent back to planning, council should request that it be a hillside overlay case because it is 12,000 square feet. And the impact, both of these require a precise plan. And additionally, the silhouette flags need to be put up by the city instead of Mr. Saint paying out of pocket for flags. City Attorney Strader has stated that noise is not the equivalent of privacy, but I respectfully disagree, as intrusive noise directly affects the quiet enjoyment of one's home. That is your privacy. I asked noise expert David Brent about all this. Mr. Brent has worked as a noise consultant with the city of Torrance and has done over 400 noise studies for the city until his retirement last year. He's given me permission to quote him. Mr. Brent said that impulsive noise, i.e. random bouncing, is more distractive than constant steady noise. The irregular noise from a tennis court radiates up and out. The Grobluski family, who are uphill from the court, will have to keep their windows closed or be very, very unhappy, end quote. When I told him the court was 7 feet from one...
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Matt S., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Dear Council and Mayor, as a former resident of the Hollywood Riviera, I am familiar with Torrance and the lifestyles of its residents. I appreciate when a homeowner takes the time to inform the City of Torrance with any proposed improvements on their property and the due process that follows. I would like to express my feelings as an advocate for this project. I know from firsthand experience that active families in the Riviera play in swimming pools, play fetch, and walk their dogs. Many also have basketball courts. All of these activities have a positive impact on the neighborhood and bring the community together. Let's remember that tennis is no different and enjoyed by many Torrance residents as a competitive sport they may play into their older years. Noise is something that goes along with a bustling community, and having lived on Newton Street, we heard car alarms, sirens, traffic noise, and sports teams cheering. In addition, barking dogs, batting cages, or pickleball courts are in many neighborhoods without consideration of the council and policy. Igor will have a home with one of the first tennis courts in his backyard neighborhood with your approval. Tennis is a great sport and would likely fit into the category of typical neighborhood activity based on my experiences. Thank you.
That caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Pork chop, you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Hello, here we are again. Neighbors try to stop this project, what was already approved by the city, the commission, this commission, that. Again, the Hillside overlay ordinance is stopping a person who want to spend a tons of money. The neighbors have bigger houses than the White House. They're towering over of this property, and they have the audacity to complain about this. Anyhow, so here again a dude who wants to spend tons of money, a huge tons of money, and he cannot build a tennis court because the neighbors. If you let him build a tennis court, he's going to spend a tons of money. It's going to be income for a tons of people, and, it generates money for you. And by the way, this is going to raise the property values because it has a tennis court, just like a swimming pool. People maybe look for a house with a tennis court. Anyway, this is disgusting that the neighbors and the homeowner association try to stop an individual what he's doing with his own property. This guy bought that house, and that's his property. Let him build a tennis court, and that's a healthy sport. And let him be. That's his property, and he complied with all the regulations. You approved this project already. These people wasting everybody's time, including yours. You spend over an hour here on a meeting, and the thing is going to be built already. Money for the city, money for people who work there, money for people who keeping it up, and so on. The people don't complain about.
That caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Teresa C., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Good evening. I oppose the tennis court project proposed on Susanna Avenue. The project is grossly oversized for the backyard space available. Thank you.
That caller disconnected themselves. Moving on to the next caller. Jeffrey W., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
The tennis court project will result in a green monstrosity rising above the current home that's on the property. You'll be able to see this home from Susanna Avenue as you're driving along Newton Avenue, even Pacific Coast Highway. And, it's going to become a joke that this is the green monstrosity of Torrance. So we're looking at a project that's going to have a 13.5-foot high base for the court with an additional 8-foot fence, giving it a 21.5-foot rise above grade. And this type of height is going to block neighbors' view and light, and it's going to be just seen from everywhere in the community. There's mentioning about, how it's going to give them more light and all that. Well, a solid fence is not the same as a hedge or a row of trees. That's nature. That's nice to look at. It's not nice to stare at a hedge all day long, at a fence all day long. That's man-made. That's not why these people moved into this neighborhood along the hillside. Please protect the Hillside Ordinance, protect the peaceful enjoyment of the neighborhood by these neighbors. Please rule in favor of the pellet. Thank you.
That caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Jeff R., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Hi, City Council. I'm a 7-year resident of Torrance. Hello?
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
I'm a 7-year resident of Torrance, around the corner from said property on Newton Street. My house also backs up to the said hillside in question. Myself and one other neighbor actually have used their hillside and improved their hillside. Every other neighbor has let their hillside go into complete neglect. And with the drought, it's a major fire hazard with dead vegetation, and usually beer cans and people coming down unwantedly from Rocket Ship Park. To have any improvement made on this hillside, I think is welcome. And I think in the years to come, as we get better understanding of ADU rules and requirements, you're going to see a lot of people using their hillsides. So to reject this application from a perfectly good sport court to improve the hillside, I think is a positive thing. Thank you.
That caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Evan G., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I just want to be very clear that I don't necessarily have a dog in this fight or a position, but I have been asked to give my experience living directly across the street from a tennis court. My wife and I moved into this neighborhood in Redondo Beach about 16 years ago with two very small children, and never gave a thought to the fact that there was a tennis court across the street from us. 16 years later, it has provided zero problems for us. I work from my home. My office is on the second story, directly adjacent to the tennis court. It has never bothered me once. It has never prevented me from concentrating or thinking clearly. This is a neighborhood with a tremendous amount of families and kids. It has never created any issues, complaints, concerns from any neighbor, from the standpoint of traffic, from the standpoint of noise, or any sort of disruption. So I can just tell you from personal experience, living directly adjacent to a tennis court that gets used, quite regularly during the daytime hours, it has never been any sort of an issue whatsoever. It has never caused us one moment of discomfort or loss of quality of life or any related issues. Thank you.
That caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Harold G., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Hi, my name is Dr. Carl Gall, and I'm a regular tenant sitting partner of Igor Nastoskin. About once a week, Igor and I search the South Bay to find an available public tennis court to play tennis on, competing with many others in the area for limited courts. So I was very excited when I learned of Igor's desire to build a private court on his property. I'd like to assure the council that noise concerns that I've heard, I believe, are greatly exaggerated. Noise from hitting a tennis ball is really nothing like the noise comes from pickleball rackets, and certainly much less than what would be compared to a bouncing basketball or kids playing in a swimming pool. From personal experience, I can definitely attest that Igor is not a grunter like Sharapova, and certainly not one to swear on the court. I've never heard him use any profanity or yelling. And his private court would be for his personal use only, certainly not for lessons or tournaments, and probably wouldn't be used more than 6 to 8 hours a week during the daytime. So personally, I know Igor to be a considerate and kind person who I'm sure will make every reasonable effort to not disturb his neighbors while still enjoying his personal property in a manner that should be permitted in our society. Thank you.
That caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Robert C., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Robert Cardolano. I live in Torrance. I'm a systems engineer, and I've lived in the South Bay here for 25 years. And I've owned 3 homes. My current home is in Torrance, and my current home, my backyard faces the West End Racket Club. In fact, my lot used to be a tennis court and is now my home. There are not only one or two tennis courts behind me, but several. My yard is what's called a patio yard, as many are familiar, which means there's only about 10 feet of backyard that I have, and my fence literally butts up to the tennis courts, several of them. Not only that, but I do have lighting all around me, and there could be not just one game playing, but several tennis players going at any one time, from 7 in the morning all the way till 9 p.m. at night. So I'll tell you my experience, but the short of it is that this has not in any way reduced my quality of life living here. In fact, I opted to buy a more than $1 million house right next to the tennis courts, several of them. I generally don't hear people playing tennis when I'm on the ground floor of my 2-story house. And the reason being is I'm a little bit above the tennis courts, and
That caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Robert B., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to my call. I'm a resident of Hollywood Riviera. I have been since 2015. I bought my home from Mr. Natoskin, and I've considered him a friend ever since. And I've found him to be a very kind and considerate individual who cares very much for the quality of life in our area. I'm also very proud of the city of Torrance and our planning commission. These are people that we hire for their expertise to protect the interests of the citizens of Torrance. And I believe that, in their opinion, the tennis court does not negatively affect the neighborhood. I think we should accept their professional opinion. Thank you.
That caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Joe A., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Yes, I live at the corner of Calle Mayor and Susana, and I am definitely a proponent of residents being able to improve their properties, change their properties within whatever rules the city has afforded us, and therefore if a tennis court is allowed, and it fits the requirements, it should be allowed. The irony of this is when you look at the end of the cul-de-sac at Susana and the end of the cul-de-sac at Via El Chico, they're almost directly in the middle of not one but two schools. You got Richardson Middle School to the east, just around Newton there. You've got Riviera Elementary to the southeast, one street up. And then you have probably within sight of the homes at the end of El Chico is the Friendship Park at the rocket ship there. So I can't imagine it's quiet. You don't move to the Riviera for peace and quiet. It's a very robust, vibrant community. Listen, things happen over historically, right? So the Natoskin home was built in 1954. Those homes at the end of Via El Chico were not there at that time. So when these monstrosities were built in the 70s, towering over the Natoskin house, I'm sure those people at that time were not very happy with that, right? And but yet they were within the parameters that the city allowed, and the homes were built. So fast forward 50 years later, here we are. Igor would like to build a tennis court. He's allowed to. He should be allowed to. And 30, 40, 50 years from now, someone else is going to want to do something else at that time. And like that one gentleman said, maybe it's going to be an ADU, whatever the case is. Whatever is allowed should be allowed. End of story. Thank you for your time.
That caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. John H., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Hi, my name is John. I'm a real estate appraiser for 38 years. Excuse me. I live in the Riviera. I familiar with both of these addresses on VL Chico and Susanna. I don't work for Mr. Nastaskin, and I'm not compensated for this. I was asked to look into this as a real estate appraiser and to see if this would negatively impact the surrounding properties. I found 4 properties that back directly to tennis courts in Torrance. They were on Carlo Road. I've been in each of the properties. I've appraised them. I know the original owners from 1963, and I know the people that have bought them since. And paired sales with exact model match sales backing to tennis courts and exact models in the same tract away from tennis courts, and there was no negative impact from backing to the tennis courts. So I'm not an advocate for either position because I'm not allowed to advocate for a person, but just going on historical precedent of 4 sales backing directly to the tennis courts at South Torrance High School and then taking model match sales in the same year located slightly east of there, built by the same builder at the same time, sold in similar conditions. There was no negative impact from being adjacent to a tennis court. I'd like to thank the City Council and the Mayor for their time. This has been an interesting evening. Thank you.
That caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Jeff D., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Yes, good evening, and thank you, Mayor and City Council. From the previous caller, I am one of those residents on Carlo Road. I have been a 40-year resident of Torrance. I live on Corder Road, directly behind South Torrance High School. There are approximately 10 tennis courts behind our house. Some of these courts are located about 6 feet on the other side of our fence. We have been a resident over here for over 17 years, and in those 17 years, other than an occasional ball coming over our fence, we rarely hear any noise from these courts, either during the weekday or weekends. And for the past 2 years, since COVID, I have worked from my home, and the tennis courts have not affected my work in any way, including meetings which I hold online on a daily basis. Thank you. Everybody have a good evening. Stay safe.
That caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Vince F., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Hi, my name is Vince Saint. We're the property owners next door to this proposed tennis court, and we are very opposed to this project and strongly feel that the City of Torrance Planning has chosen to ignore our rights and approve a project that has major long-term negative effects to our property value, and our neighborhood harmony. We've illustrated this negative impact by commissioning a certified architect and installing a representative silhouette on our property between the houses. This silhouette shows without any doubt this project would have high negative impact to our property in particular. Our skyline view, natural air passage, sunlight, and privacy will all be negative. Will result in negative impact to us and devaluation of our property. All of the mature trees the staff claims will protect our privacy will be removed by this project and replaced by walls. Additionally, since there's little guidance from City of Torrance Planning, the applicant himself refers to the Palos Verdes Estates guidelines for sports courts, and we agree with this. In lieu of this, we have hired consultant Alan Riggs, a certified planner, who's worked 14 years as a Palos Verdes Estates Planning and Public Works Director. He has evaluated the project and provided you his statements and assessment of this proposal. Based on Palos Verdes guidelines and his experience, this proposal would summarily be rejected due to the many negative impacts it presents. We ask you take his testimony into account and how this project would fail to meet neighboring city guidelines and should be rejected by City of Torrance as well. This project is entirely out of harmony with this neighborhood and will set a devastating City of Torrance precedent, which will allow installation of tennis courts within 25 feet of any existing dwelling. It will destroy the peace and harmony of our neighborhood and our neighbors to follow and should be rejected.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Hope S., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
My name is Hope Saint. I live next to the proposed
tennis court. I have sent ample photographs, silhouettes, and expert testimony for this project, which will which would cause a significant negative impact to the neighborhood harmony and to my property view, air, light, privacy, and property value. If this tennis court is installed, it will destroy my current Hillside skyline view and replace it with a 23-foot tall retaining wall and green screen. The north wall of this structures will touch the shared property line and will be less than 10 feet from my living room and block natural airflow along the steep hillside that flows between houses. It will completely block natural sunlight for my living room and southeast-facing garden areas from early morning to midday. The raised playing surface and spectator areas will destroy my privacy and put my living room and yard in full display to players and random spectators. The elevated hard surface will act as a sound amplifier and increase unwanted tennis noise pollution, further violating my privacy. This destruction of privacy will reduce my property value. Please do the right thing and recognize the multiple violations of my rights that this project threatens.
The caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. GOG, you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Okay, can you hear me this time?
Yes, ma'am. Please proceed.
Oh, good. Okay. I'm Jill. I'm a homeowner in the Riviera, and I've been following this Igor's Tennis Court project, and I've reviewed the planning department staff report, I read the neighbors' letters, and I've looked at the site. And I support Igor's right to build his tennis court. He's complied with all the Hillside overlay regulations. He's just trying to use this property the best way he can. As the property owner, Igor should be able to do this, whether he lives there or not. We all as property owners here, we all have the same rights to do what we can within the city, within the zoning ordinances and the rules. And he seems to have tried to work with his neighbors, and, they didn't really want to work with him. And there's a lot of reasonable and rational steps to address their concerns. But I honestly don't think there's anything Igor could do that will satisfy them. They don't want anything to be there. And some are complaining it'll change the quaint feel and won't look right from the street. I mean, are you kidding me? Their houses on Chico are ginormous, and when they built those, they shaded all the yards below them and stare into all their backyards. I have good friends on Via El Chico, and I stare into the backyards on Susanna when I go to their houses. So I think Igor's tennis court will look beautiful. It won't be an obnoxious thing you see from the street. And frankly, from a financial standpoint, I think he's making a mistake. To build a tennis court, if I owned this property with SB 9 in effect, I'd build a duplex and an ADU and not even have to deal with the neighbors' objections because they wouldn't have a say in the matter. So the planning department did the right thing, approving the project. I think with this appeal, the neighbors are trying just to...
The caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Darren D., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Yeah, hi. My name is Aaron Donaldson. I live right next door to the project that's being a tennis court. You're staring at the house. I live on the left-hand side, east side. I want to first thank the City Council for coming out. I think that was great that they came out so they could see the impact that it's going to have on the neighbors. Listening to all the people calling in, I appreciate them thinking that this isn't going to be an impact, but they don't live right next door. This is a 6,000 square foot. This 6,000 square feet, 3 times the size of the house, almost 3 times the size of my house, and that's going to be right in the backyard, fence to fence. it just doesn't go with the neighborhood. Doesn't make any sense. I don't know what else to say about that, but it doesn't fit. You know, if he wanted to build something that fit, I would understand. But he doesn't. He's not. This is like a life-changing thing, especially for us that live right next door. People are going to say that you know, there's no with the noise and stuff. It's not going to bother anybody. It's going to bother us a lot. Unfortunately, I play tennis. I know there's a lot of noise that goes on with this. So that being said, noise, privacy, all that stuff is going to be a major concern, and I do believe it's going to drop the value of my house. Anyone that's going to come here and want to actually buy my house, if I ever did sell it, I probably won't. But if this goes through, I definitely will think about it. But they'll see that tennis court and go, oh my God, look at that tennis court, it's gigantic. So that's all there's to say about that. You know, what happens, it's out of our hands. I just hope you guys, City Council, does the right thing for the whole neighborhood, not just Igor. Thank you very much.
That caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. John G., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Hi, my name is John Verdes. I live on 459B El Chico, which is directly west of the property. I believe that the actual staff assessment is flawed. When the staff came out to view the property, they couldn't even tell me, you know, what elevation the tennis court essentially would be on. They knew it would be in the back of Susanna, but they made their assessment basically on a guess. And I think the silhouette in the back of the Saints yard down below is a good example of just how they didn't do due diligence in approving this plan. Even so much so, as I pointed out, that the wrong house on the Nestoskin property was shown on the original plans, and they just disregarded it and said, well, we'll fix it in the future. I don't think it's in harmony with the neighborhood. It's too close to the other houses, completely detrimental to the Saints. And what you'll notice is that the neighbors, we all live and want the same thing. We just want peace and harmony in our neighborhood. You know, as far as noise goes, you know, Maria Sharapova, her grunts are over 100 decibels. Do you really want to hear that? So I think this has a complete negative impact on the neighborhood itself. And I hope the City Council, after coming out and taking a look, denies the project. Thank you so much.
Mayor, that caller disconnected himself. This concludes public comment for item 10A. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will go back to the appellant, and the appellant will have 5 minutes to rebut all of the statements made. You don't have to take all 5 minutes, but if you feel it necessary. Mr. Layton, it's your turn again.
Yes, thank you. As you've heard and as staff has admitted, they're not even sure where this court is going to be. This is going to be a green monster. It's going to be hovering over the house that it's in back of. Anyone who lives on Susanna who's coming down the street every day to pull into their driveway, first thing they're going to see coming down the street is this big green monster above this house at the end of the street. The renderings and the pictures that have been shown tonight are very distorted. They don't show proper elevations at all. The court looks like it's just barely raised. This is going to be on top of this house. The 8-foot screen is going to start at the roof and go up 8 feet. The rendering that I've seen shows improper slope to the El Chico to flatten it out. They even show a fence on the south side of the court, which is the one that would be most visible to us. I'm looking at the rendering now, and our house in the rendering doesn't even show any windows in our house facing the court. It's just one thing after another here. All these people you've heard from today that are for the court being built and let Igor do what he wants. As I said earlier, these people that live next to courts, they all purchased with the court there already. If you asked any of them, they had a chance to look, they had a chance to hear. They also do not live within 25 to 35 feet of this court. But most important, they knew what they were getting. This is trying to be shoved in our face. I mean, that's exactly how I feel. I'm going to be looking at this every day. I'm going to be hearing it every day. And all these people that you reached out to, they're just people who don't live in the area. They don't know how sound travels. We hear it every day. From all the cars coming down the street to turn around the block. You talked about removing some of the red curb. Well, we had a problem here with people parking and looking at the view and disturbing the neighborhood. Now we're talking about eliminating some of that. The overlay ordinance states that it cannot impact any of these features, the air, the light, the privacy. It does not say what degree the impact has to be. It does not say it cannot extremely, significantly have an impact. These things, and as you've heard from others tonight, it will have an impact. What degree? I won't say. It's obviously, I disagree with Igor and those who like the project, but according to the Hillside overlay, it only has to be some impact. It doesn't have to be 10%, it doesn't have to be 60%. If there's an impact, it's not allowed. So let's not allow it. The board of the Riviera Homeowners Association, which represents homeowners in the surrounding community, just as you do, voted unanimously to oppose this project. And we hope that you will do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from my colleagues? If not, I will take a motion to close the public hearing.
Move to close public hearing.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Ashcraft absent.
Thank you. We will, now does the council wish to take action on this matter? We have a project that was approved by Planning Department. And the Planning Commission was a dead heat 2-2 tie, so it reverted back to the Planning Commission. The appeal then was brought to us to do it, which we have done today. So if we're substantiating the appeal, the project would be no. If we deny the appeal, the project would go forward. Councilmember Walser.
Thank you. I have multiple issues on this, and I think we have to put in perspective, it is a property owner, but it's not a resident. And either the project needs to have a few things added to it, be it facilities in the way of restrooms or something of that order. I guess I can contrast this. How is this any different if there was just vacant land and someone decided to build a structure like this? Would we allow that to happen without parking capabilities, without restroom facilities, things of that sort? So I posed the question. I think more needs to be added to it if it's going to be proposed to go through, and that would be my suggestion.
Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the comments this evening from everyone that spoke, and especially for staff for all their assistance with this project. But I'm challenged in understanding exactly its placement. You know, I appreciate the silhouettes that were put up by the neighbors, but that doesn't properly represent actually where this tennis court is going to be. So quite honestly, for me, I'd like to see silhouettes, complete silhouettes that are actual, and I don't know, are they approved or are they placed by the city? Please help me with that.
Honorable
Well,
Mayor and
One
Councilmember
second,
Klein.
Tasha. The public hearing has been closed.
I think that if staff has, if council has questions, though, we can still respond. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Honorable Mayor and Councilmember Kalani. So the silhouettes, if one is required to be put up by for a project, it's put up by the applicant, and it's also a requirement. It's also required that they provide a certification so that we can verify heights, location of this proposed silhouette, and that it actually matches a proposed project.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm really struggling with this project. Certainly understand the rights of property owners, but I also understand that we do have a Hillside overlay ordinance that is there to try to protect residents. And I really do believe from everything I'm seeing, the way this is carved out into the slope, and the significant portion of it will be raised up above the ground level. It will have some significant impact on the western neighbor at 2317, Susanna, and that creates a lot of concern for me. The tennis court just seems so huge and imposing, and just generally out of character, in my opinion, with the neighborhood. And I'm just really concerned also with just how much work is having to be done to the hillside in order to accommodate this a tennis court that I'm leaning towards supporting the appeal and opposing the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? I look at the picture of this, and this is by the actual proponent, and I'm harking back to probably 22 years ago, Tom Rishi, who went to South High, who taught at South High, was an icon in the community, and when we were up against inappropriate developments in our community, he came up with the tagline, if it doesn't fit, don't submit. And as I look at this picture, it really doesn't fit. Anybody want to do a motion?
Mayor, I'd like to move that we uphold the appeal and deny the project. I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries. Councilmember Ashcraft absent.
Thank you. That concludes 10A. Do we have a resolution?
It appears these resolutions are only for approval.
No, for denial.
I think they'll have to bring a resolution back, right? Another time.
Mayor and council members, as Oscar Martinez, yes, staff will come back with a resolution for denial at a future date.
Okay. And that concludes it, and we'll bring it back for the final resolution on this. Moving on with our agenda, on to item 9A from the city manager to authorize recognition and attornment agreement for a subtenant of city-owned property known as Rolling Hills Plaza Shopping Center.
Good evening, Your Honor, members of the City Council, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. Agenda item 9A is a recommendation of the City Manager that the City Council authorize a recognition and attornment agreement among three parties: the City of Torrance, the underlying landowner; Rolling Hills Plaza LLC, the master tenant for the Rolling Hills Plaza Shopping Center; and Lunasia Group, a subtenant with a forecasted venture within the facility. A recognition and interment agreement verifies certain aspects of the city's ground lease with the master tenant, and it provides the subtenant certain assurances for their occupancy. In the event of any default or termination by the master tenant, Rolling Hills Plaza, it allows them to continue either paying the rent to the city or on a future master subtenant. Staff is available for any questions.
Are there any questions from staff? I see none. Has anyone called in on item 9A?
On the call center for this item, Mayor.
Call center, I'm sorry, was that no calls on item 9A?
That's correct.
Thank
No
you.
calls. Thank you.
Okay, we have no calls and no question from council. We'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the city manager and authorize a recognition and atonement agreement.
I move to concur with the recommendation of the city manager.
I second that motion.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Ashcraft absent.
Thank you. Item 9B, from Public Works to adopt a resolution authorizing submittal of notice of intent to comply with SB 1383 regulations to Cal Recycle. From Public Works.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Jim Kiesel, Sanitation Services Manager. Item 9B is a recommendation of the Public Works Director that City Council adopt a resolution authorizing submittal of a notice of intent to comply with SB 1383 regulations to Cal Recycle. A little background on this. Senate Bill 1383 was signed into law in September 2016 to reduce organic waste disposal by 75% and increase edible food recovery by 20% by the year 2025. SB 1383 is the most significant waste reduction mandate to be adopted in the state of California in the last 30 years, and perhaps actually the United States in the last 30 years, in all honesty. It requires all jurisdictions to implement a mandatory organic recycling ordinance by January 1st, 2022. The legislation requires all businesses, residents, and multifamily apartments to have access to recycling programs that capture food scraps, landscaping waste, and other organic waste materials. Some of the mandates include providing organic waste collection to all residents and businesses, implementing an edible food recovery program that recovers edible food from the waste stream, and establishing a procurement policy to purchase paper products made with recycled content and purchase recycled organic waste products. Under the regulations of SB 1383, local jurisdictions that do not adopt an enforceable mechanism by January 1st, 2022 to implement these regulations may be subject to penalties. However, the governor did sign into effect SB 619 to provide some relief for jurisdictions that may not be compliant with SB 1383 requirements by the original January 1st date. This allows local governments to comply with SB 1383 regulations by January 1st, 2023 without being subject to penalties by Cal Recycle if certain conditions are met. One of the conditions is this notice of intent to comply. Just a little background. As you guys know, the Public Works Department provides solid waste collection for the residents and single-family residents and homes up to 4 units in the city. Our current rate structure was established by resolution in 2017 and remains in effect till June 30th, 2022. Currently, customers, the residents, we do not have them dispose of their food scraps in the green container yet. We continue to dispose of it in the black container. The primary reason for that is the cost of disposal. Once we start placing the food waste into the black container, or I'm sorry, into the green container, our food waste, our per ton cost is going to roughly double. The impact on that in year one is estimated to be about $723,000, and hence, this is one of the reasons for the delay of implementing SB 1383. The Sanitation Division is currently undergoing a comprehensive rate study to examine how SB 1383 is going to impact our rates, and hence this is the reason why we're looking to delay this. To obtain the benefits of SB 619, the City Council will need to adopt the notification of intent to comply with the SB 1383 regulations by resolution and send the notification to Cal Recycle by March 1st, 2022. The notice of intent to comply will give the city an extended window to comply with the SB 1383 regulations. I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kiesel. I know we've all heard from a number of our constituents wondering when we were going to be involved in it. And frankly, our explanation that we're working on it sometimes falls on deaf ears, and knowing how expensive this proposition is going to be, we look forward to working through this year, getting there. Councilmember Griffin?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Kiesel, for your presentation. A couple questions. I just want to, mostly for clarification. The bill that caused this to happen was a bill passed by our state legislature. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Did they provide cities any money to implement this?
Not initially, sir, but there is grant funding that the state's making available, and the city has applied for grant funding if accepted and condition of actually passing an ordinance. So I will be back in a couple of weeks regarding that. As condition of acceptance of the grant funding for the state, we're eligible for roughly $191,000.
But yet our costs are expected to be over $700,000 in
That's our anticipated year one disposal cost.
Do we have any estimate on how much that will cost the average residential customer?
Not a specific estimate yet, because we're looking at other things to possibly offset some of those costs. We also don't know what the cost is going to be to do enforcement as well, and there may be potential where we may have to add to staff because of this. It's a pretty comprehensive regulation, to say the least. There's a lot of reporting that's going to go on. We're also looking at some software that's going to help with our private haulers reporting as well. So all those costs are going to get factored into our rate study.
And I appreciate all that. And I just wanted, for the public's benefit, I want them to understand that this is another example of an unfunded mandate from the state that increases our burden as a city and our staff that has to implement this without full compensation to cover it. And our residents are going to have to pay for it. And basically, it's going to impose a tax on all of our residents who pay for trash service.
Yeah, I'm aware that.
That was a comment. I wasn't asking a question.
No, I understand. There are cities in our area that we've been given notice that they're increasing their own rates. I was made aware about a week and a half ago. I think it's RPV is increasing their rates by 15.6% in year one because of this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with a potential $700,000 per year increase in our costs, and I'm not sure if that includes all of our staff time and everything else for all the added levels of bureaucracy that this requires. It's great that we're doing some benefits to the environment, but at what cost? And is our public really aware that they're going to be paying for it in not an insignificant amount? So I just want to point that out for the public's benefit when we're talking about costs increasing to the city. This is a perfect example of that, and why, again, we need the other item we've been talking about tonight, and that's the sales tax to help fund this kind of unfunded mandate imposed upon us by the state. Thank you.
Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. This is for some clarification for this bill. Many of us have been used to throwing our trash or food waste in the black bin. What happens if the residents keep throwing them in the black bin as opposed to the green bin?
Well, that's part of the SB 1383 requires a level of enforcement where we're going to have to monitor by route what residents are doing. We do not know what that overall enforcement component is going to be yet, but we will be having to monitor containers and making sure that residents are actually doing the right thing, which will be down the road, placing your food scraps into your green container.
Interesting. Maybe we need a clear bin. Thanks.
Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. So I can break into somebody's house and have less punishment than somebody that puts their food waste in the wrong bin. Sounds like it. When you say commercial providers, does that mean the commercial providers that are also servicing apartment buildings?
That's correct. So when we come back to council with an ordinance, it will be primarily for the commercial haulers. There are exemptions. So an apartment complex will be able to apply for an exemption. It could be primarily based upon space limitations if they don't have the space for a container. But commercial businesses, there has actually been a commercial organics law that was passed about 7 years ago, SB 1826, or AB 1826, I should say, that it was addressing commercial organics needs. This is actually going to be superseding that commercial organics law.
Okay, so an apartment building, let's say that they don't apply for an exemption, they're gonna have to have a container within the unit, and then they're gonna have to haul it down to a bigger container, or how's
It
that
would
work?
depend on their space, and with their private hauler can offer them, they could offer them a 2-yard bin, 3-yard bin, they could offer them a smaller container that they would have to haul down and place curbside or wherever their collection point is.
Okay, so the commercial provider is gonna have to add trucks to pick up that special.
I can't speak to what a commercial provider is going to have to do. It would depend on their level of service and what they're already doing and where they're taking the material to.
Okay. All right, well, I mean, when the bill goes up, you can thank a politician up in Sacramento. Thank you.
Councilmember Walser.
Just for clarification, because you seem to be talking mostly in terms of residential use, but there's a lot of industrial use. My business, for example, probably have a little teeny bag of stuff, but we're going to have a separate bin for that. What about a large facility that has employees, but they're not producing food per se, but the employees themselves have waste? Is that also going to be impacted, and they have to come up with a means to collect that?
Correct. Commercial businesses are affected by SB 1383 as well.
Okay. The logistics are overwhelming.
Correct.
And for edification, Los Angeles Sanitation District has been working on this for the last few years, trying to come to a resolution, and obviously we're still very hopeful that they will be able to find a food waste methodology. But otherwise, we go back to the old garbage cans. Anybody on the call center?
There are no calls for this item in the call center. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, since there's nobody on the call center, the council has asked all the questions. We'll take a number and title, please.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2022-19, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, authorizing submittal of a notice of intent to comply with SB 1383 regulations to Cal Recycle.
I move to concur with staff recommendation and adopt resolution 2022-19.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Ashcraft absent.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9C, as in Charlie, from Public Works to approve a Fourth Amendment to Measure R funding agreement and approve a Second Amendment to consulting services agreement for PCH at Hawthorne.
Good
From staff.
evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the Council, Brenda Moon, Public Works. Item 9C is the recommendation of the Public Works Director that City Council approve a Fourth Amendment to the Measure R funding agreement with the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority to provide additional Measure R grant funding in the amount of $997,000 for the Pacific Coast Highway at Hawthorne Boulevard Intersection Improvement Project. Upon approval of the amendment, appropriate the $997,000 of Measure R grant funding to the project, increasing the grant fund appropriations from $19.6 million to $20.597 million. This item is also to approve a Second Amendment to the consulting services agreement with Bergen Associates of San Pedro, California, in the amount of $397,360.71 for a new not-to-exceed total of $1,421,092.44 to provide continuing construction support services for the project. The project is currently in construction. The contractors have performed utility potholing as well as completed the curb and gutter and storm drain work on the south side of PCH. Staff has also been working with the contractors and Caltrans to finalize the value engineering, which would eliminate a portion of the excavation, decreasing the potential to encounter hazardous materials, as well as significantly reducing impacts to motorists by reducing the number of weekend closures. The gas company is also currently working to relocate a high-pressure gas line on PCH and is scheduled to be finished by the end of next week. Thank you. Staff is available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. We do have a question from Councilmember Griffin.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, living nearby this intersection, I see and hear about it all the time. And it's been something near and dear to my heart since I've been on the council now for 8 years, and it's still not done.
Yeah.
The work that's being done in relocating the gas line is part of the money that's being added here to cover that, or is that being paid for separate?
That's being paid for by SoCal Gas.
So they're not requesting funding for that?
No.
Okay. It just seems like it's unclear to me exactly what all this extra money is for, because the scope of the project really hasn't changed. It's just being delayed because of delays like the gas company line relocation. So can you help me understand a little bit better why it's needed this $1 million and more money?
Yes, the additional funding requested partly is due to the Caltrans permitting requirements that were unforeseen. That included source inspection quality management plan, and the additional costs also, it covers the construction management services provided by Berg and Associates. So
if the project's not moving forward because of delays due to the gas line relocation, why do we have to pay for more services for a management company?
Well, if I could chime in.
Yeah.
Steve Fenton, city engineer.
Mm-hmm.
So first off, as far as the cost as to why we needed this additional money, first is because the bids came in higher than we expected. So we didn't have the buffer that we wanted to have after we awarded and encumbered the contract. In fact, we had the authority for it's $8,029,000, I think, is the total amount. We had that authority plus a 5% contingency, or 10% contingency, and we only encumbered half of that because we feared running out of money. So we had to go to Metro to ask for more, and thankfully they were able to provide that for us. On the construction engineering side, so Berg and Associates was hired back at the end of 2020 to assist also in, 2019. No, 2020, I'm so sorry. These years.
It's been a long time.
The pandemic, I don't know, it all screwed me up. And they were hired to do both. The water main construction that was completed back in early 2020, but then also to do the project, the main project. Now, and we didn't have a permit yet from Caltrans, so we engaged them to help us get that permit too. So as we proceeded further into the permitting process, Caltrans came out with more surprises, as I guess I wasn't surprised. And they encountered, and Brenda had mentioned, another chapter of inspections and reporting that we had to do. So Berg and Associates actually did that for us. And that was, they call it the site source inspection quality management planning, which is another 100-page document, but then also the consultant having to visit manufacturing plants that were built, that were manufacturing portions of what we're installing. Traffic signal poles, other electronic components, anchor bolts, things like that. So they did that. And then now, as we have entered into construction, and we continue to push ahead, plotting ahead as we contend with Caltrans and this surprise gas main relocation, we have continued to engage their services to help us through this. As we have, it's not our only projects, we really needed their help. And so this $397,000 additional for Berg and Associates is they're assisting us with the value engineering process. They're assisting us with construction. It has been it's been in fits and starts, but we're getting work done. And we've needed their help because of the duration of construction, and then also the additional work that Caltrans has required.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, and I thank you for the extra explanation, because it was not really clear in the thing what the reason for all the extra was. Another just question for the benefit of the public, is any of our general fund money being used on this?
Zero. It's all Measure R South Bay Highway Program grant funds.
Okay, so I guess that's the good news, even though this money pit just seems to keep growing and growing and growing. Kind of sounds like our old splash pad. Anyway, so, all right, thank you for your explanation and helping me understand why this is getting more and more expensive, and hopefully it'll get done one of these days.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the irony is, to measure our funding is basically sales tax revenue has been produced by the city of Torrance or by the people who use or purchase things in the city of Torrance on a 5%. It's a 5% sales tax that was put on the ballot quite a few years ago. Well, now I guess about 6 years ago, 7 years ago. And they've been collecting that sales tax. So at least we're getting some of the money back that we have put in as a city. Any other questions? If not, anybody from the call center?
Yes, Mayor, I have a caller on hold. I will transfer that person out. Or Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, this thing just shows your great leadership and great leadership of value. Taxpayers' money spent 10 years, $20 million, and look at that dump you created at Pacific Coast Highway. That dump you created with $20 million. 10 years inconvenience for the citizens who paying the taxes to crap it up like this. You created a pile of crap with the taxpayers' dollars. Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on all of you. Shame on all of you. Each and every one of you. I'm speechless. You guys are dumber than dirt.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. And that concludes oral comments for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. We've heard from the public now, or at least we heard from Mr. Turda. I will take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the Public Works Director.
So moved.
Second?
Could the motion maker please click it? He seconded.
Motion by Kalani, second by Matucci.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries. Councilmember Ashcraft absent.
Next item on the agenda is item 9D, as in David, from the City Attorney, to adopt a resolution related to the procedures for appeals of the Finance Director decisions. From our City Attorney.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of Council, Assistant City Attorney Tasha Strader. Item 9D is a recommendation of the City Attorney that the City Council adopt a resolution establishing procedures for appeals of the Finance Director decisions under Chapter 25 of Division 2 of the Torrance Municipal Code. If an entity files a formal claim for a refund related to UUT or otherwise, then they file that claim with the Finance Director, and the Finance Director makes a decision on it. If the entity is unhappy with that decision, then it may be appealed to the City Council. Currently, there are no procedures in place for that appeal. The attached resolution establishes procedures for appeals of the Finance Director under Chapter 25 of Division 2 of the TMC. The procedures allow the City Council to hear the appeal or delegate it to a hearing officer. They'll provide clarity to the city and appellants regarding the hearing procedures, including but not limited to briefing deadlines, oral hearings, evidence, burden of proof, standard of review, notice, and so forth. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. Anybody from the call center?
Call center, just want to confirm that there are no callers on the line for item 9D.
There are no callers on the line. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we'll take a number and title, please.
There are no callers.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2022-20, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adopting procedures for appeals of finance director decisions under Chapter 25 of Division 2 of the Torrance Municipal Code.
I move to concur with City Attorney's recommendation and adopt Resolution 2022-20.
Second?
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimous with Councilmember Ashcraft absent.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of... Oh.
Gotta wait for me.
Too excited.
Next item on the agenda is item 9E, like an echo, from Community Services to award a contract services agreement to provide artificial turf replacement at the LA Galaxy Sports Complex. From staff. Your turn.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Shane Lee, Administrative Analyst with the Community Services Department, presenting item 9E, a recommendation to approve a contract services agreement to provide artificial turf replacement at the LA Galaxy Sports Complex for the expenditure amount not to exceed $1,141,750. The funding for the turf replacement of the sports complex is an approved capital project. The existing synthetic turf was installed over 8 years ago and has been in need of a replacement, but was pending a new lease for the sports complex. Once awarded, the project is expected to take 6 to 8 weeks. Displaced users are being offered other park spaces to maintain their programming. As per the contract set with the LA Galaxy, it is the city's responsibility to replace the turf by April 1st, 2022. The city opened a request for proposals to bid from vendors to provide removal of the existing turf and installation services for a new artificial turf, with an emphasis on the most current technologies, quality, and timeliness. The RFP was made public on January 10, 2022, with 10 vendors initially invited and an additional 8 vendors expressing interest throughout the process. 5 vendors submitted proposals, and their scores have been provided in the analysis section of tonight's item. Based on the scoring of the evaluation criteria and their demonstrated ability to fulfill the project requirements, the selected vendor is Sprinturf LLC of Daniel Island, South Carolina. Sprinturf has demonstrated experience working with municipalities, school districts, and professional soccer leagues, included but not limited to the cities of Laguna Beach and Manhattan Beach, the Torrance Unified School District, and the Colorado Switchbacks, a United Soccer League Championship Division II professional soccer team. We also want to thank the proposal review team of Garrett Craig and Katie Wand, as well as the City Attorney's Office, Risk Management, and Finance for their expedited review. It is the recommendation of the Community Services Director that City Council award a contract services agreement to Sprinturf LLC of Daniel Island, South Carolina for an amount not to exceed $1,141,750 to provide artificial turf playing surface at the LA Galaxy Sports Complex from February 16, 2022 to June 16, 2022. Thank you, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Councilmember Griffith has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Lee, for your presentation. I just want to clarify for the benefit of the public that because this is showing as being general fund money, this money has been pre-budgeted over the years, and basically it's money that's already been set aside and paid for, and we're just now finally using that money that we've been saving for this purpose to actually fund this turf replacement. So it's not new money that we're pulling out of the general fund. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, Councilman.
Great. I just want to make sure the public was clear on that. Thank you.
And for clarity, the funding that was put in there was from the user fees for the people who actually use the facility, pay for not just the time for management or personnel there, as well as this. So it was a net zero on that. Councilmember, that's it. Don't have anybody else questioning. Is there anybody on the call center?
Yes, Mayor, we have one person on the call center. Transferring him now.
Anybody on the
Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi. I'm just wondering if the city couldn't pay $23,000 a month lease for this property, but all of a sudden here we are, $1 million plus 100,000, 41,000, whatever money for artificial turf. And you're looking at, again, a 7-year lease agreement. So the city is poor. The city has no freaking money. Everybody begging for the tax increases, saying the dumbest, stupidest things for people to vote for tax hikes, and you spending $1.141 million on artificial turf so the LA Galaxy can have their whatever in there. Who's this turf benefit?
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. And that concludes oral comments for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? Seeing none, we'll take a motion to award a contract services agreement.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please.
You can't.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Ashcraft absent.
Okay, that takes us to second orals. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Started at 10:32. Is there anybody in the call center for orals?
Yes, Mayor, we'll begin a transferring calls.
Okay.
Dan Y., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yes. Good evening. I'm a 73-year-old senior. I've lived in Torrance for over 35 years. My wife and I rented a home for most of that time, in which case the owner passed away and the family sold it. We scrimped and saved all our money that we could to buy a home here, and we came close. So we are now a resident of the Skyline Mobile Home Park and when we purchased our home here 3 years ago, we were told that the rent increase would be $20 a year, which we obviously could afford that. But now these new owners called Star Management are coming in here and telling us that the rent is now $200 more a month, and the reasoning was because of the property tax that they had to pay to buy this.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Camille L., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now. Camille, are you still on the line? Camille L., are you still on the line? Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Morgan C., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, so there are two items that I want to comment on. First of all, there are 3 police officers who have never been investigated for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. This happened over 3 years ago. The DA exonerated officers Concannon and Chavez, and there was no investigation done into the fact that they shot this person within 15 seconds of seeing him. So this makes it clear that there needs to be the second item, which is a civilian oversight committee for the police, since historically the DA has not done a sufficient job into investigating egregious things like this that happen with our police department. And just a general comment, It's really inaccessible for a lot of people to have a city council meeting like this and public comment at 10:30.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Louise S., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
First murder. It is so incredibly disheartening that you continue to do nothing. This is your job. Do your job. And I agree with the last caller also that having oral communications this late is very inaccessible. Work out a new plan and extend the time overall. 15 minutes twice in a meeting is really insufficient to hear from your constituents and the community at large. I yield my time.
Moving on to the next caller. Kara, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, my name's Kara Morgan, and I'm calling also to demand justice for Christopher and that the officers involved in his killing and in the messaging scandal, Anthony Chavez, Matthew Concanon, and Brian Kawamoto, who killed him, asked that they be fired. And secondly, also reiterating what the past two callers said, like to establish a civilian oversight commission for the Torrance Police Department. And that it's the least that we can do if these sort of egregious crimes are being committed on behalf of our police. So, again, we'd like the firing of the three officers responsible for this killing of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Camille L., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Please proceed.
Can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, this is Camille L's time. Yes, okay. Sorry, I don't want to use up my minute. Oh my God, we just for DeAndre Mitchell, and we demand a civilian oversight committee. Oh my God, you are the worst city council ever. Do your job. We've been asking for civilian oversight committee for like years, and the grand jury made you do this. You are a racist, horrible city council. I can't wait to show up at your house. And if you don't let us get 300 feet to your house, then we'll literally go 300 feet away from your house and harass your neighbors. You are the worst city council ever. We want justice and demand justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and the officers that murdered him and that messaging scandal. You guys are.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Torrance Patriot, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. Okay. Again, the grand jury cleared, or there was the investigation, and I believe the grand jury cleared the officers of that shooting. Mr. Cowboy, had he not been in the stolen car that he stole, would have never even met up with the officers that night. So don't, go saying all that BS. You guys like to make up your own facts. You like to pick and choose, and that's ridiculous. I'm going to use the last little bit because, honestly, I was watching hockey back and forth, but Olympic. Anyways, I did want to weigh in on the recycle stuff. This is getting really ridiculous. We need to get these bums out of Sacramento, and, it's hard enough to do what we're doing now. Now we got to separate food waste? That's ridiculous. Okay, guys, have a good night. Bye.
Mayor, that was the last caller for second oral communication.
Thank you. We'll be hanging in. We'll do council orals in the meantime. First up, Councilmember Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sure that the world is well aware that Torrance native Chloe Kim was successful in earning gold in the Olympics. I wanted to send out congratulations to her. We've recognized her here at our council meetings in the past for her achievements, and we congratulate her again. I got my Kleenex out, and I'm ready to say goodbye to Katie. We're really, really going to miss you, Katie, and thank you for everything you've done here for the city. It's been a pleasure working with you. And then last but not least, just a very brief announcement. I mentioned this before in a previous meeting. If you're interested in earning 4,800,000 yen per year, we've got a job for you in Kashiwa, Japan as an English teacher. And so if that's at all interesting to you to teach English in Kashiwa, Japan and in high school, the Torrance Sister City would like to hear from you, and you can find out more information at their website at www.torrancesistercity.org. Thank you very much and good night.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Katie, I will miss you. I wish you the best always, and good night, everyone. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to say thank you, Katie. It's been a pleasure working with you. We are going to miss you around here, but try to keep in touch if you can. All right, good night, everyone.
Thank you. Councilmember Walzer.
A fond farewell to you, Katie. Our interaction has been brief, but well done. And I wish you the best in your future. Thank you, and everyone have a good holiday next Monday. Thank you.
Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I would also like to congratulate the Los Angeles Rams on winning the Super Bowl. Secondly, it's not every day that a city has a hometown Olympian qualifier. In this case, even more aware that we have a two-time Olympic gold medalist, for which we could celebrate in a similar way that we did some honorary, I'll call it quote-unquote, parade for the Torrance Little League. With the concurrence of the City Council, I'd like staff to take a look if anything we can do similar to that, or reach out to Chloe Kim's PR staff if she'd be willing to come to the city of Torrance and have a little celebration to honor a hometown two-time Olympic gold medalist.
We can reach out.
Thank you.
So 10:32, 10:44. I think I could do this. I want to thank everybody for your active participation and your interest in staying informed. Your input really helps shape our community. We still continue doing our business, even though we're doing this in a hybrid format. As we head into President's Day, a recognition with many of you enjoying that 3-day weekend, I want to remind everyone to celebrate responsibly, have a designated driver, try to gather outdoors, following masking mandates, wash your hands frequently, and stay home if you're not feeling 100%. As of today, there are 279 former residents of our city who have passed away as a result of COVID-19. And to all of their families and friends and neighbors, our condolences. We are thinking of you, and maybe their memories will be our blessings. Councilmember Griffin mentioned earlier that there's a blood donor drive. There's a critical shortage of blood, and a lot of it has to do with the COVID-19 situation because people were not able to get to a location to donate blood. Right now, Torrance Memorial Hospital is doing it. I encourage everybody to do that. We're always talking about local control and local control of our blood. It's really something that's necessary in case of an emergency. And I did it for the first time in more than 40 some years. Yesterday, I donated blood, and it was painless. And I felt a little bit better when I walked out of the hospital because I did that. COVID continues to be present in our community, and that's what everybody's still impacted by. But for the latest updates, you can always follow us on social media. And for daily updates, tune into City Cable or torranceca.gov and watch live COVID-19 Today, Monday through Thursdays at 4 p.m. and weekends in Torrance, which airs every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. This week is also National Random Acts of Kindness Week, which kind of comes into our City Serves program. It's a week dedicated to spreading kindness and reminding everyone to just take a moment to see how you can brighten someone's day. Especially during these uncertain times, it's important now more than ever to encourage one another, have a little bit more patience, and think of ways you can make a difference. I would encourage everybody, when you're going someplace, call somebody. Since we have call-free in our cars, just say hello to somebody you hadn't seen in a while, whether they're somebody you work with or used to work with, or just a friend or family, just somebody you haven't seen, just to say hi. I did that a few times this week, and it was really enjoyable for my end. I certainly hope the other end was as well. And then I want to thank everybody once more. And if you plan on to cheer on the Rams tomorrow at the Super Bowl parade in Los Angeles, please have fun, but be safe and be secure in yourself. Be watching yourselves, because there's going to be big crowds down there. And we don't need what other cities have done during these celebrations. We really look good on national television this Sunday. It was a Super Bowl, and it was a Super Sunday in the city of Torrance and Southern California. So let's keep that up, and hopefully the parade tomorrow will have no incidents, and perhaps we can have the Rams repeat. So good night to everybody, to you and your families. We'll take a motion to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn tonight's city council meeting to Tuesday, March 1st, 2022 at 5 p.m. for closed session, with the regular meeting commencing at 6:30 p.m.
Second?
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Ashcraft absent.
Thank you. Good night, everyone. We'll see you in a couple weeks.